Zhang Yunqing replied, the material procurement Wang Ming is not very satisfactory in terms of his work, and this price appraisal job is very important. You have to contact him every day to ask about the progress. Yu Dongjin replied, I know, then I will urge him. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin again, has there been any progress in sorting out your visa forms? Yu Dongjin replied, what Su Kun said is still in the process of being collected and sorted out. Zhang Yunqing replied, don't just wait for the production results, you should also urge them in the supplier group to submit their visas. Then, we will check the visa information we have processed based on the supplier's visa. It is very likely that we will miss some information. If it is omitted, it means that the corresponding visa is definitely not available. In this case, according to the contract between our company and the supplier, this type of visa form from the supplier during settlement cannot be reviewed by the company. Recognized at the time. Therefore, this matter seriously affects the interests of suppliers. You must remind suppliers to pay close attention to it and not to make mistakes in cooperating with the visa application process. Yu Dongjin replied, I have told the suppliers before, I will find time to emphasize it to them again. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Have you done the work on forecasting the output value for next month? Yu Dongjin replied, I asked Su Kun again today, and he said that he would provide me with the scope and main implementation content expected to be implemented next month at the earliest tonight. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Now you are responsible for the overall management of these things. You must pay attention to the timing and allocate the work in your hands as much as possible. Those tasks that cannot be assigned should be kept in your own hands and completed by yourself. All matters that require horizontal contact with other departments must be sorted out every morning. Do the horizontal contact matters first, and then do the matters that you should do. Never delay important aspects of work in your own hands. You must arrange them first to create a timely and effective communication environment for everyone to complete the work smoothly. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, I will adjust my working methods in time. Zhang Yunqing arranged, please ask Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, to come over. The three of us will discuss his seedling price declaration information. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, please wait a moment. I will go to his office to invite him over now. A few minutes later, Yu Dongjin and seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie came to sit across from Zhang Yunqing's desk. Zhang Yunqing asked, have you two checked the list of these seedlings? Are they listed on the price information form? Yu Dongjin replied, basically there is no complete correspondence. Zhang Yunqing replied, are there any with the same name and similar specifications and models? Yu Dongjin replied, there are some situations like this. Zhang Yunqing arranged, in this gross profit margin analysis table, add another column of information price on the right, and list the same or similar information prices in it, which needs to be used as a reference. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked again, how come the cost of your coconut tree is so close to the quoted price? The gross profit margin is only a few %. Yu Xingjie explained, the corresponding price of this coconut tree is included in the bidding list, so I used the material price at the time of bidding. Zhang Yunqing explained, if Jingchuang recognizes the original bidding documents, you are right to do so. However, judging from our current communication situation, the final audit office will not actually approve our professional subcontracting bidding documents. Yu Xingjie asked rather puzzledly, these are all documents that were won after bidding. Why are they not approved? Zhang Yunqing explained, my understanding is, the general contractor has us in a formal position, but we are actually a professional subcontractor of Beijing Chuangzhou. So our contract with the general contractor seems reasonable. However, the general contract between the general contractor and Jingchuang is also a rate contract. Then when the audit bureau audited, they regarded us as part of the general contractor. Therefore, our final settlement will still be based on the pricing model of the general contract, which is what Jingchuang usually asks us to do from list to quota. However, since our original bidding document was equivalent to not being approved, we no longer have to refer to the material prices of the original bidding document. As long as the material price is not included in the information price, we need to go through the price recognition process. Do you two understand it? Yu Dongjin nodded and said, I understand. Yu Xingjie replied, what are you talking about? It's too complicated and I can't understand it. Just tell me how to do it. I don't care about other things and can't control them. Zhang Yunqing replied, this is simple. All your current seedlings, as long as the varieties and specifications are not included in the information price, you must list them in this matching price application form. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, Yu Dongjin will cooperate with me to check the information price. I am afraid that if I check it by myself, there will be any gaps. Yu Dongjin replied, it's okay, my family, I can fully cooperate with your little request. Zhang Yunqing asked again, has your quotation for seedlings met the company's gross profit margin assessment requirements? Yu Xingjie replied, it has not been achieved. Some market prices are so low and the cost price is so high. There is no way to quote. It would be ugly to quote very high prices. Zhang Yunqing replied, this method of retribution will not work. We must change our thinking. All quoted prices must first be between 10 and 20 points higher than the company's gross profit margin assessment for your seedlings. If it can be higher, then it can be higher, but it cannot be lower than this profit requirement. There is also the need to calculate the gross profit margin of the entire batch of seedlings declared this time to ensure that the company's assessment gross profit margin requirements can be achieved. Yu Xingjie replied, I have never dealt with such a complicated matter before. I only need to provide the purchase price, and your business people will handle the rest. If you want me to do it now, it's not impossible. Can you arrange for Yu Dongjin to go to the computer with me to modify and perfect it? After I learn how to do it, I can complete similar work alone. Zhang Yunqing replied, your request is okay. Yu Dongjin and our small meeting are here. You go to Yu Xingjie and cooperate with him to complete the subscription application materials and the corresponding gross profit margin analysis form. No matter what, I have to finish it today. I will contact the 2 peripheral units and try to get the 3 units to sit down together for a meeting and discuss tomorrow. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Yu Xingjie agreed, okay, then I will go with my family to change the form. After the changes are completed, I will send it to you for discussion. Zhang Yunqing replied, thank you for your hard work. After dinner, production manager Su Kun came to the business office with some sheets of printing paper and asked Li Xishuan, Shaoli, where is your Yugong? I have something to do with her. Li Xishuan replied, I don't know. Let me ask Mr. Zhang for you. Su Kun replied, come on, no need. I'll ask Mr. Zhang myself. After Zhang Yunqing heard the conversation between the two, he walked over and asked, Manager Su, what are you trying to communicate with Yu Dongjin now? Su Kun replied, didn't Yu Dongjin urge me to sort out what is expected to be implemented next month? I have already sorted it out and am ready to communicate with her face to face. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, that's the thing. Thanks a lot. Now Yu Dongjin is checking the price application form with seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie. Let's do this. You can communicate your written information and verbal explanation directly with Li Xishuan. What I originally arranged was that Li Xishuan was specifically responsible for providing the project quantities to Yu Dongjin to prepare a budget based on the information you provided. In this case, the progress of this work will not be affected because Yu Dongjin is not free now. Su Kun replied, okay. Mr. Zhang, let me tell Li Xishuan first, and I will communicate with her again after Yu Dongjin is finished. Zhang Yunqing replied politely, then it's hard for you to communicate more. Su Kun smiled and said, it doesn't matter, as long as we communicate twice and we can get things done, it's worth it. Li Xishuan said to Su Kun, then please tell me, Manager Su, the boundaries and scope of your confirmed implementation next month. Su Kun said, The red boundary line on this drawing is the scope of the project content to be implemented next month. However, this drawing is of little value. It can only ensure that you do not count the project volume to the second or third bid. What is more useful are these blue lines, which are basically the places where construction may not start until next month. There are also some contents that are difficult to label on this picture, so I thought of a way to describe them in text. Write it on 3 pieces of A4 paper for you to see. Li Shixuan replied, "Okay, Manager Su, I'll take a look right away. Please wait for me a moment." Su Kuan pulled up a chair and sat down and said, "It's okay, just take your time and watch. If you have any questions, just ask me and I'll answer them right away." Li Shixuan asked, "Okay. What you wrote in this article is to complete the 500-meter flower pond. To what extent is it completed?" Su Kuan replied, "Based on time, it will be good to build the brick wall of the flower pond." Li Shixuan replied, "In that case, all you have to do for your flower pond is to dig the foundation, backfill the gravel cushion, pour the concrete cushion, and then lay the brick wall. The plastering, wall granite and top granite are all done later. You'll have to do it later." Su Kuan replied, "Show me the document. As for the item you mentioned, it turns out that the concrete cushion is already in place, and it is just a brick wall." Li Shixuan asked again, "Did he already declare his concrete cushion when he declared the output value last time?" Su Kuan replied, "Yes." Li Shixuan replied, "That's right. No matter how we report output value data, first of all, we must ensure that the project quantity cannot be reported repeatedly, and secondly, we must not underreport or omit reporting." Su Kuan asked, "If you want to be so detailed, how do you plan to fix it?" Li Shixuan replied, "You may have to reorganize it into words." Su Kuan replied, "I have to work overtime at night to fix other things, so I may not have time. Is there any simpler way?" Zhang Yunqing interjected from the side and said, "I'll give you two a suggestion, see if it works." In fact, the question raised by Xiao Li was because he was afraid of getting the matter wrong, so he asked Manager Su to sort it out in writing. But Manager Su has many things on his hands and doesn't have much time tonight. You can try it, and let Manager Su explain what other processes are needed for the mentioned project construction content. On one side, simply mark it with text on the paper. In this case, if you still have questions during the communication process, you can communicate in more detail to ensure that the meaning is conveyed in place. Take a look, what do you think? Su Kuan replied without thinking, "I have no problem." In this case, the explanation can be completed in no more than half an hour. Li Shixuan thought for a while and then replied, "I agree with Mr. Zhang's suggestion. In this case, both of us are equivalent to reorganizing all the content that needs to be completed next month, so that I can filter the project quantities that I have calculated. The data will come quickly." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Xiao Li, how fast do you estimate it will be?" Li Shixuan replied, "The fastest is that we will be able to provide the results document of the project quantity if we work overtime tonight, and the slowest is that we will be able to provide the result document of the project quantity tomorrow morning." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you both for the hard work. You communicate slowly, and I have to contact other people." After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he returned to his workstation and remembered that he still needed to call Zhuang Jiren and Yu Linfei to make an appointment. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, found Zhuang Jiren's phone number in the phone address book, and dialed, "Hello, Mr. Zhuang. Is it convenient for me to speak?" Zhuang Jiren agreed on the phone, "It's convenient. What's the matter?" "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunqing said, "Let's make an appointment when to come to our project department to discuss the seedling price declaration form." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Oh, it's not easy, Mr. Zhang, your job is done." Zhang Yunqing replied, "It has not been completed at this time, but Danjun and Yuxingjie promised me that tonight, no matter what, we will make a sapling price declaration form that we are satisfied with." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Then you are doing it too fast. I won't be able to do it until tomorrow night at the earliest. Zhang Yunqing asked, then set the preliminary verification time at 9:30 the day after tomorrow. How about you come to my office for verification? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, after you make an appointment with Mr. Yu, please confirm with me. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhuang Jiren, he found Yu Linfei's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone and dialed it and asked, Mr. Yu, is it convenient for you to talk now? Yu Linfei replied on the phone, Mr. Zhang, if it's not an emergency, I'll call you when I'm done. Zhang Yunqing replied, no hurry, Mr. Yu, just contact me when you are free. Half an hour later, Zhang Yunqing's phone rang. When he saw that it was Yu Linfei, he answered the call and asked, Mr. Yu, are you done? Yu Linfei agreed on the phone, I'm sorry, I was just communicating with my supervisor here about my visa. Why are you calling me about it? Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhuang and I will prepare the application form for the second bid of seedlings by tomorrow night at the latest. I want you to come to my office in the project department at 9:30 the day after tomorrow to discuss it. Your time is suitable. No. Yu Linfei complained on the phone, Mr. Zhang, mine is not finished yet. Zhang Yunqing replied, I haven't finished mine yet, but I will definitely finish it tonight. Mr. Zhuang promises to finish it tomorrow night. What's your situation now? Yu Linfei replied, in this case, my pressure will be less. I will also ask my colleagues here to work overtime. Just go to your office to discuss it at the time you said. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Linfei, he called Zhuang Jiren again to confirm, I just called Mr. Yu, and he went to my office to discuss the seedling price declaration form at the time we originally told him. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Let me confirm the meeting information again. Should I come to your office in the project department at 9:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, this is the time and place. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, see you the day after tomorrow in the morning. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing and others ended their phone call with Zhuang Jiren, they came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing, what, you are done with your work, can you rest? Zhang Yunqing replied, no, tonight I still need Danjun and Yu Xingjie to prepare the seedling price declaration form and show it to me. Only after passing the test can I get off work. Zhao Manfu asked, you are so nervous. Do you have any time to meet with Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu to discuss? Zhang Yunqing replied, before I come to your office, I have made an appointment with Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu at my office at 9:30 the day after tomorrow to discuss the seedling price declaration form. Zhao Manfu replied, then why are you so panicked that the results will come out tonight? It won't be too late to come out tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing replied, of course that won't work. Yu Xingjie wants to finish this matter quickly so that he can go out and scold Miao tomorrow. Zhao Manfu said, okay. Thank you for your hard work. Has there been any progress in other work? Zhang Yunqing replied, it is expected that there will be some progress on the output value next month. Zhao Manfu asked, what is this? Can you explain it more clearly? Zhang Yunqing replied, there has been some progress, and a key step has been taken now. Su Kun from the production department is communicating with Li Xishuan from the business department about what projects will be completed next month. There are pictures and text descriptions, but they are not very accurate. The two of them were passing through the office of the Ministry of Commerce one by one. After that, Li Xishuan can provide the expected amount of work to be completed within 1 to 2 days. Yu Danjun will spend another 1 or 2 days calculating the expected output value next month. Zhao Manfu replied, in that case, the results of the estimated completed output value will be available in 2 days at the earliest and 4 days at the latest. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, Mr. Zhao, your addition skills are good, but you didn't calculate Guai. Zhao Manfu pretended to be angry and cursed, climb aside, I can even calculate 1 plus 1, 2+2. You look down on others too much. Zhang Yinqing laughed and prepared to leave. Zhao Manfu asked, "Where are you going in such a panic?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "I have to go back to the office and wait for Shuangyu to get the seedling price declaration form for me to review." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, then you go and do your work first. When you're done, call me and I'll treat you to a midnight snack." Zhang Yinqing said with a smile, "If you still eat midnight snacks, you won't be afraid of gaining weight." Zhao Manfu replied, "I'm not afraid of gaining weight, I'm afraid of not having anything to eat." Zhang Yinqing replied, "It tastes good, but it's different." Zhao Manfu lazily put his pen on the desk and said, "Hey, I don't know which one will eat more by then." Zhang Yinqing returned to the business office after making a joke. When passing by Li Xishuan's desk, she asked, "Xiao Li, have you finished checking what you checked with Su Kuan?" Li Xishuan replied, "Manager Su just finished checking and left." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Has Yu Dongjin not returned to the office yet?" Li Xishuan replied, "I haven't come back yet." Zhang Yinqing arranged, "Oh, then you can help me ask on QQ, when can they prepare the seedling price declaration form for me tonight?" Li Xishuan replied, "Okay, I'll ask right away." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Okay. You will have to work overtime later to extract the engineering quantity data." Li Xishuan replied, "I have to work overtime." Zhang Yinqing asked, "Mr. Zhao said that he will treat everyone to a late-night snack after they finish working overtime. Why don't you go with us then?" Li Xishuan replied, "What do you want for midnight snack?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "This place, after it gets late, is usually a barbecue stall, and there is nothing special." Li Xishuan replied, "Barbecue is good, I haven't had barbecue for a long time." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Okay, then you can work overtime and wait for a while, and go when everyone is free." Li Xishuan replied, "Okay. But maybe we can't wait too long." Zhang Yinqing asked, "Why?" Li Xishuan happily replied, "Because, Xuan you two of you have replied to me, and they are printing their adjusted documents and will send them to you for review immediately. When you say that everyone is empty, does that mean that they will be empty once they finish their work?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "You are right, that's what it means." Li Xishuan said, "Xuan Yu said they wanted to have barbecue together." Zhang Yinqing replied, "You tell them that they can go early if they finish early. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhao falls asleep and we finish the work, no one will invite us." Li Xishuan added, "Sister, you said that the material purchasing king heard about it and asked to go." Zhang Yinqing replied, "It's okay, just tell them and we can go together." Li Xishuan replied, "Okay, I have already told Sister Yu." When Zhang Yinqing returned to his desk and sat down, he saw Yu Dongjin and Yu Xingjie coming in with information. No, there was also a material purchasing king named after him. Zhang Yinqing asked Wang Mingdao, "Why have you finished the price declaration form for your materials?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "It's not finished yet, it's being done, and it won't be finished until tomorrow at the earliest. I went to the supervisor and construction agency this afternoon to get samples of my materials, and they said they couldn't be scattered like this." Zhang Yinqing asked, "If we can't break up, what do they want to do?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "They want me to install those samples on a display board, and put the name of the material under each sample." Zhang Yinqing replied, "This request is simple, have you done it?" Wang Ming replied, "It can't be done until tomorrow." Zhang Yinqing replied, "You must follow up on this identification matter carefully. If there are any problems along the way, you must give feedback to production manager Su Kuan in time." Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "No problem. Ask Mr. Zhang, I heard that Mr. Zhao is going to treat everyone tonight." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhao said that when I went to his office." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, asked again, "Whether you want to invite some people or all of them, have you mentioned it?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "This is not so clear. Go and see if Mr. Zhou is in the office. If he is, ask the two leaders to discuss it and see if we can treat everyone to a supper tonight. Material Purchasing Wang Ming replied, okay. I'll go tell Mr. Zhou about this. Material Procurement Wang Ming came to the office of Project Manager Zhou Wenqing and said to Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, are you free tonight? Zhou Wenqing replied, it's empty, what can I do? Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, it's nothing serious. I was in the office of the Ministry of Commerce just now and heard Mr. Zhang say that Mr. Zhao was going to treat people on the project to a late-night snack tonight. Mr. Zhang is currently busy communicating with Xuanyu about the seedling price declaration form, so he arranged for me to come and find you. He said, if you are willing, you can ask Mr. Zhao if he would like to invite everyone to have a supper together tonight. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, you come with me and ask. If you agree, you will come out first and notify everyone on the project, and then go to the late-night snack place in advance to get a seat and order the dishes. Material Purchasing Wang Ming replied, okay. Mr. Zhou, just go ahead and I will follow. After Zhou Wenqing rolled his eyes at Wang Ming, he still led the way to Zhao Manfu's office. As soon as he reached the door, Zhou Wenqing asked, Boss, I heard that you want to treat us to a midnight snack. Zhao Manfu replied, what the hell is your news? Why is it so good? I haven't notified you yet. Zhou Wenqing replied, I was thinking last time that the project department took back 20 million and wanted to invite everyone to have a dinner together to be happy and so on. As a result, due to various things, it has not been arranged until now. Shouldn't you just treat everyone to a supper tonight? Zhao Manfu replied, yes, it's just that for such an important matter, it's too simple to just have a midnight snack. Zhou Wenqing replied, everyone is very busy during this period. It just so happens that tonight, I see that everyone on the project is here. I think it's good to get together and be happy, deliver good news to everyone, and relieve the tension during this period. As for what to eat, it really doesn't matter. Zhao Manfu replied, you are the project manager, and all the employees here except me and Yun Qing are your soldiers. Just do what you say. 2K Novel Network. However, it is not certain when exactly we can start. We need to wait until Yun Qing and the others prepare the price declaration form for the seedlings. You can't interfere with this particularly important work just to have a meal. Zhou Wenqing replied, this is not simple. Wang Ming, go and ask Mr. Zhang now how long they have to complete the renovation. We can just estimate the time when we can have dinner together based on this time. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Wang Ming, please go and ask. Wang Ming replied, okay, I will ask now. Wang Ming came to Zhang Yinqing's desk in the Ministry of Commerce and found a free time to ask, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhao agreed to treat the entire project team to a midnight snack tonight. Let me ask you when you can finish your work tonight. When you have time, I will inform everyone to have a midnight snack. Zhang Yinqing smiled and said, I have communicated with Yu Danjun and Yu Xingjie, and the seedling price declaration form has been prepared. It is empty now. You can go out for a late-night snack soon. Wang Ming replied, okay. I will reply to the leader immediately. A few minutes later, a notification message came in the QQ group, good news, good news. All colleagues in the project department please go downstairs and take seats. I want to have barbecue and supper at that restaurant. Reason, Zhao always a treat. In the QQ group, the prompts for replying, received, kept coming and going. 10 minutes later, all the managers in the project department had arrived, including Zhao Manfu, Vice President of Production of Nanhai Area, Zhang Yinqing, Operation Manager of Nanhai Area, Zhou Wenqing, Project Manager of Nanshan Project, Su Kun, Production Manager of Nanshan Project, and Financial Cashier of Nanshan Project. Tang Ying, Yu Xingjie for Nanshan Project Seedling Procurement, Wang Ming for Nanshan Project Material Procurement, Nanshan Project Measurement Engineer Lin Jun, Nanshan Project Greening Engineer Chui Yong, Nanshan Project Gardening Engineer Wan Song, Nanshan Project Hydropower Engineer Lu Ligua, Nanshan Project Data Clerk Ho Huiwei, Nanshan Project Budget Officer Li Shixuan, and Nanshan Project Commercial Manager Yu Danjun, a total of 14 people according to statistics. Wang Ming coordinated with the owner of the barbecue restaurant for material procurement, put 2 long tables together, arranged 14 chairs, ordered 4 boxes of beer, 2 boxes of frozen beer, 2 boxes of unfrozen beer, and ordered a lot of barbecue. Food means to take care of enough. After all the wine was served and several dishes were served, Zhou Wenqing said, "Everyone, fill up your wine. Mr. Zhao is very happy today and specially invited us to have supper. I applaud and welcome Mr. Zhao to tell us a few words." Before Zhou Wenqing finished speaking, the people sitting at the table had already applauded happily, and the applause seemed extremely cheerful and enthusiastic. Zhao Manfu also applauded along with everyone, and after the applause gradually died down, he said, "I'm going to treat you to a late-night snack today. I should have treated you to a meal, so it seems more grand. I should have treated you earlier, but it's true that on the project, dear colleagues, every day something is going on here or there. Including tonight, there are still many people working overtime. Therefore, I discussed with Mr. Zhou and it happened that everyone was free tonight, so it would be better to choose a day, so I chose to invite everyone today. The main reason for asking everyone is because our project department successfully returned 20 million in cash to the company a few days ago, and the work of the project department has been highly recognized by the leaders of the business department. However, the success of this repayment work is not accomplished by any one of us, but by every brother and sister in the project department. They have left their hometowns, do not complain, do not shirk, and are responsible. They follow the work arrangements of the project department 24 hours a day and are proactive. Work on the ground, do not shrink back when encountering difficulties, unite and forge ahead, and work together to achieve an ideal result." After another round of warm applause, Zhao Manfu continued, "So, I am very happy that I can become colleagues with everyone, that I can fight in the same trench, and that I can become a member of the Western architectural family. Let's drink tonight. I won't come back until I'm drunk. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for their unity and forge ahead with this first cup." After relaxing for a while and chatting about the Queen, Zhao Manfu raised his glass and said, "This second cup is a tribute to fate. It was fate that brought us together in the vast sea of people." Everyone raised their glasses and drank the second cup while shouting, "Respect fate." Zhao Manfu happily raised his third cup and said, "Third cup to celebrate our successful collection. Let's do it." Everyone drank their third drink in a warm atmosphere. Zhao Manfu said, "After 3 cups, you can play freely. Make circles when you should do it, and point to point when you should do it. Everyone must have fun tonight. I'm going to do a circle clockwise." Zhao Manfu filled his glass and raised his glass and said to Zhou Wenqing, "Brother, I know the hardships and fatigue of this project, and I have experienced it myself. It is not easy for everyone to overcome each level. Especially, you are the boss of this project, so naturally the pressure and responsibilities are extra heavy. Through contact with you and getting to know you in the past few months, you have gradually matured a lot in actual work, and you are able to calmly deal with various difficult and complicated diseases that emerge in the project. It can be said with certainty that you are an excellent project manager who is courageous, resourceful, and responsible. Here's to you." Zhou Wenqing picked up the wine glass, drank it first, then put it down and said, "Mr. Zhao, I will do it first as a courtesy. Thank you for your leadership's recognition of me. In future work, I will definitely lead my brothers and sisters on the project to arrange for you. Do a good job on the project and don't worry about the project and management work." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay. You can also circle around to stir up the atmosphere." Zhou Wenqing smiled and replied, "I want to wait until you finish making the circle before coming back." Zhao Manfu replied, "No need to wait, this matter just doesn't remain silent, as long as everyone is happy." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay, follow the leader's instructions. Zhao Manfu said to production manager Su Kuan, Manager Su, you have worked hard. Project manager Zhou always has to go outside to do the work of connecting with the leadership. You are actually the first person in charge of production management on our project. Although you are young and have not worked for many years, you still manage such an emergency project in an orderly manner, and you are worthy of being a good assistant to Mr. Zhou. I hope you will continue to carry forward your work, use your strengths and avoid weaknesses, and manage the project site well as always. At the same time, some coordination work is also very important. For example, the estimated output value next month, sorting out visas, and preparing application materials for appraisals all require your personal cooperation or the coordination of personnel. Our production personnel need to establish a concept, which is to do the calculation and management, rather than the management and calculation. Production manager Su Kun asked for advice, Mr. Zhao, what does it mean to be in charge? Zhao Manfu said, you asked a very important question. Everyone can be quiet for a moment. Let me tell you. Lingjiu Literature Network. The so-called management skills are based on the experience I gained from my previous small company. Calculating it is budget, which corresponds to our company's business and cost. Xian generally refers to the actual construction of the project on site, which corresponds to the production management and actual construction work you are currently performing in our company, Manager Su. I have tried it before. Anyway, the project is small, and I can afford to test it with tens of millions of dollars. Let the production person have the final say on a project, and the person who makes the budget can just calculate the budget and handle the settlement according to the person doing it. This is considered a management-intensive project. One project is to ask the budget manager to conduct a gross profit margin analysis of the project's list items item by item before the actual construction of the project department, and provide the project department with a guidance form. When the project department implements the specific implementation, projects with low gross profit will definitely find ways to cancel or reduce the amount of work. For projects with high gross profit margins, the project department will try every means to increase the amount of work. There are also some design changes. Before the changes are implemented, we also ask the budget to calculate the gross profit margin. Any changes that cannot improve our gross profit margin will find ways to disrupt it. This is considered a manageable project. Production manager Su Kun asked excitedly, what was the result in the end? Zhao Manfu replied with satisfaction, in the end, the project of Gong Guang'an was not ideal, and the gross profit margin was a pitiful 8%. But the project of Gong Guang'an far exceeded expectations, reaching a gross profit margin of more than 30%. This fact proves that production and business are not just a matter of close coordination, but also a matter of who revolves around whom. I hope that in the future, Manager Su, you can lead your production brothers to work closely with the people in Udonjan's business department, and ask them to provide calculated suggestions for production at any time. If this is achieved, I believe that our project will be able to obtain the excess gross profit award stipulated in the company's policy. Come, Manager Su, I respect you and wish you success in receiving the excess gross profit award for this project. Su Kun replied jokingly, thank you, Mr. Zhao, you will give me more of the bonus when the time comes. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, of course, if your bonus is less, will other brothers still get bonuses? Zhao Manfu said to Wan Song, the garden construction engineer on Su Kun's left, brother, thank you for your hard work. Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, replied, regards to you, Mr. Zhao, I am the garden construction engineer, my name is Wan Kong. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Wan Song is a good young man. No matter whether I go to the construction site sooner or later, I can basically see you running around on the construction site. You are very serious and responsible about your work. After Zhao Manfu had a drink with Wan Song, he said to Cui Yong, the greening engineer on Wan Song's left, brother, the greening output value of this project accounts for more than half of the entire project. What do you think is the focus of your greening part? Cui Yong picked his head and replied, Mr. Zhao, your question is a bit big. From my understanding, as an on-site greening engineer, I think the most important thing is to ensure that the survival rate of the seedlings is high enough, otherwise it is not cost-effective to lose money and be scolded from all sides. Zhao Manfu replied with satisfaction, well, your answer speaks to my heart. In addition to this most important point, we must also pay attention to the quality of the seedlings, the artistic effect of planting, and the timely removal of dead branches and leaves, and detailed issues such as cleaning up dead and rotten trees in time. Because I didn't clean up the dead coconut tree in time, the big boss scolded me when I saw it. Chui Yong replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, this site is very big. I am the only greening engineer running in the site, and the suppliers don't care about this. I will find a way to solve it in the future. Zhao Manfu replied, this is actually easy to solve. This site is very big. It is true that you are the only greening engineer, but there must be many of our own managers and suppliers' managers. I think for this kind of thing, you can just say hello to a few people you have good relations with. Zhao Manfu took a breath and took a sip from the tea cup on the table before continuing, you can ask everyone to help you observe, and if you see a dead tree, we will notify you immediately. You can also make clear requirements to the supplier that dead trees must be cleared immediately. If we take such a multi-pronged approach, will the chance of being seen by a big leader as a dead tree be much smaller? Chui Yong picked his head and replied, Mr. Zhao, your idea is a good one. I will do this from now on. Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Chui Yong and said, young man is good, he can tell you everything. Here's to you, let's do it. Zhao Manfu continued to preach to hydropower engineer Lu Ligua, Xiao Lu, I respect you. You have worked hard at your usual work. Hydropower engineer Lu Ligua replied sheepishly, it's all normal work, not hard at all. After Zhao Manfu slowly refilled his glass of wine, he said to Lin Jun, the measurement engineer, Xiao Lin, your measurement data must be carefully checked both above and below. You are the only one in the entire project department who understands this. Measurement engineer Lin Jun replied, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will classify the things that should be classified into good categories, and I will make the difference in quantity if there is a difference in quantity. Zhao Manfu replied insincerely, well, thank you for your hard work. I respect you. Zhao Manfu picked up the wine again and said to the 4 colleagues sitting at the table, come on, you 4 female colleagues are all drinking, so I will make a wholesale toast to you. Zhou Wenqing yelled, why are we doing wholesale? Aren't men and women equal now? Come one by one. Zhao Manfu pretended to be angry and said, climb, crawl, you can't represent them, they themselves agreed, what are you making fools of here? Come, 4 beauties, I respect you. Project Financial Cashier Tang Yang, Project Data Officer Ho Huiwei, Budget Clerk Li Xishuan, and Business Manager Yu Dongjin did not listen to Zhou Wenqing. They stood up together to clink glasses with Zhao Manfu and took a symbolic sip. Zhao Manfu drank a glass of beer. Got it done. Zhou Wenqing said, Mr. Zhao, you can take a break before drinking again. Don't get drunk in just 2 naps. Zhao Manfu replied energetically, Mr. Zhou, you don't know how much I drink. I have 2.5 kilograms of liquor and I can drink as much beer as I want. Zhou Wenqing laughed and said, oh, you don't know if you don't ask. I'm shocked when you ask. After you finish the circle, everyone will have the opportunity to toast you. You have such a good drinking capacity. I guess everyone at the table drank. But you. Zhao Manfu replied, drink some beer. I have never been afraid of anyone. You drink first and go, don't wait for me. I haven't finished my circle yet. After finishing speaking, Zhao Manfu picked up his wine glass and said to Wang Ming, the material purchaser, Wang Ming, you have a lot to do with materials during this period. There are biddings, contracts to be written, materials to be inspected and accepted, and we have to declare the correct appraisal materials, etc. We can't afford to wait or delay anything. Therefore, you must work hard to strengthen lateral contact with personnel related to the project department and suppliers to meet the project needs. Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, although there are many things to do, if you do them one by one, you can still complete them. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, as long as you don't come to me about the materials, you'll be fine. Thank you for your hard work. I respect you. After Zhao Manfu and Wang Ming drank, they filled up a glass of beer. They picked up the cup and said to Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, Yu Gong, the seedlings of this project account for a relatively high proportion of the total output value. Of course, this is also a good thing. At present, the price is not particularly transparent, which is also conducive to the improvement of our gross profit margin. Thank you for your hard work on the seedling valuation declaration form during this time. Here's to you. Material Procurement Yu Xingjie replied, when I first came to Nanhai, I suffered a lot in purchasing seedlings. Now that I have been doing this for several years, I have basically figured out the market. Mr. Zhao, you don't have to worry about realizing the gross profit margin of seedlings. Pythagorean Library. I am fully confident that it will be done well. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Yu Gong, you just like an upright person like you. If you can do it, and don't tread on falsehoods. Yu Xingjie drank with peace of mind and did not talk to him. Zhao Manfu then said to Zhang Yunqing, I respect you. Zhang Yunqing politely raised his glass and said, here's to you. After Zhao Manfu finished drinking, he silently filled a glass of wine for himself. Zhou Wenqing brought a few skewers of pork belly to Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Let's eat some food first to slow down. Zhao Manfu took the string from Zhou Wenqing and said, okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wenqing clapped his hands and said, everyone, please be quiet. Today is a day of celebration and a happy day. I suggest that all of us here pay tribute to our beloved boss. Does everyone agree? Okay. Everyone responded one after another with good voices, and supervisors, yours must be filled up. In the warm atmosphere, everyone raised their glasses and waited for Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu picked up his wine glass and stood up, clinking glasses with everyone, and everyone stood up in a tacit understanding. After clinking the glasses, Zhao Manfu said, as Mr. Zhou said, today is a day of celebration. Don't be restrained and drink freely. Just be happy. Come on, let's cheers together. Cheers. Everyone shouted together and drank the glass of wine. Zhou Wenqing said, just now, Mr. Zhao made a circle, and everyone who should make a circle should make a circle. Everyone also has a task, which is to give at least one drink to Mr. Zhao. As for toasting him, I don't care whether he drinks or not. I can find the reason for toasting myself. Let me take a look here first. After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenqing filled up his wine glass, raised it and said to Zhao Manfu. Mr. Zhao, I want to respect you. You are the highest level production vice president I have experienced in Western construction. He is also the most approachable one, and he is also the one who is willing to work for the welfare of the brothers. Zhao Manfu praised Zhou Wenqing and said, you fought well like this, but after you have said so many good things about me, what do you want the people behind you to say? Don't you think you will be hated by the people behind you? While chatting and joking, the two drank a toast contentedly. Zhou Wenqing replied, toasting depends on your ability. Not only do you have to be able to do it, but you also have to rush to do it. People who do everything are surrounded by people, and naturally it will become more and more difficult later. Isn't this normal? Isn't it, boss? Zhao Manfu casually pinched his chin and replied slowly, yes, it makes sense. I won't support the wall, so I will obey you. Everyone laughed in response. Production manager Su Kuan stood up with a full glass of wine and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm not very good at talking, I'm impatient, and I'm afraid that the people behind me will say everything I want to say. So, as Mr. Zhou reminded me just now, I rushed to the front to line up the wheel and toast. Production manager Su Kun shouted, "Don't jump, there will be something for you to watch later. It shouldn't be difficult for me to toast in the second position now. Mr. Zhao, I respect you as a hardworking leader. No matter how early I go to the construction site or how late I leave the construction site, I may encounter you. No matter how late I call you, you always answer the call in seconds. Mr. Zhao, I respect you as a responsible leader. Every time we report documents, you always take the time to read them carefully and revise them carefully." Yu Xingjie cheered and replied, "That's enough, that's enough. From now on, everyone is only allowed to give one reason. If you say it without any restrictions, the people behind you will definitely have nothing to say." Production manager Su Kun also stopped in time and said, "Mr. Zhao, look, do you have enough reason to respect me?" Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Su Kun and said, "Enough, done." Production manager Su Kun happily turned around in a circle and said, "Yeah, passed the test. Who is next?" Yu Xingjie picked up the wine glass and stood up and said, "It's my turn, you can't even snatch it from me. My cultural level is low, and I thought of a reason." Su Kun shouted, "Say, don't talk nonsense, let me help you with the trial and see if you can pass the test." Yu Xingjie laughed and said, "It doesn't matter what you say, as long as Mr. Zhao approves it, right? Mr. Zhao, you are the most knowledgeable expert on seedling procurement among the vice presidents of production that I have ever seen. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I respect you." Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Yu Xingjie and said, "Xingjie is well known for his strong business ability. You think too highly of me. I feel a little dizzy. Come on, do it." Su Kun shouted, "Next one, next one." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, stood up and said, I'll do it. Mr. Zhao, you are the most knowledgeable expert on material procurement that I have ever seen as a vice president of production. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I respect you." Su Kun laughed out loud and said, No, your plagiarism is too serious." Zhou Wenqing asked, "Why does it sound so familiar to me?" Su Kun smiled and said, "Maybe, Mr. Zhou, you didn't pay attention to what Yu Xingjie said just now. Comrade Wang Ming only changed 2 words from the original words spoken by Yu Xingjie, and changed the seedlings into the material. Ha 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 ha, I laughed to death. This is serious plagiarism. Of course it feels familiar. Brothers and sisters, let me shout together, start over, get ready. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Everyone shouted excitedly under Su Kun's instigation, and there was a lot of shameless energy inside because they were just watching the fun. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, thought for a while in embarrassment and then said, "Okay, everyone, be quiet for a moment. I will start again, whoever is afraid of whom. I will tell you what to do next. Mr. Zhao, the collection work for our project was particularly difficult before you came. As soon as you came, the project department successfully collected the 20 million cash project payment on time, so we have this evening's treat. I respect your ability to collect money." Zhao Manfu burst into laughter and said, "The successful completion of this payment collection was achieved through everyone's joint efforts. In the future, we will have to rely on everyone to continue to develop their respective strengths to do the rest of the work well. I'm just lucky. It just happened to happen. Xiao Wang, your on-the-spot reaction ability is also good. Come on, do it." After the material purchasing, Wang Ming happily drank the glass of wine. He happily pulled his butt up while pouring himself a glass of wine and shouted, next one, next one." However, no one came to snatch it this time. Wenting Novel Network. Su Kun replied, "Look, Wang Ming, after you did this shamelessly, no one dares to come again." Zhou Wenqing said, "No matter what, everyone has to complete their unfinished tasks, otherwise there will be no future subsidies. Su Kun, can you help me remember it and see who has not toasted to Mr. Zhao?" You must remember the list well. Yu Xingjie smiled and said, "Oh. I have kept my subsidy, but there are always people who still can't." Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, "Well, that's good, my subsidy has been kept." Su Kun smiled and said, "I have saved mine. Those of you who have not kept it must work hard to save your subsidies, otherwise the real money will be gone." Next one, next one, next one, who is it? Budget Clerk Li Shixuan stood up and said, "Mr. Zhao, this time we went to Shanghai to participate in the review of the bid clearance report, including the meeting at Jingchuan Group when we came back from Shanghai. I heard it all with my own ears. No matter what problems you encounter, no matter what the difficulty, you can always deal with it calmly, and get results that you are satisfied with. I respect your calmness and calmness." Zhao Manfu smiled and picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Li Shixuan and said, "Xiao Li, you are quite good at discovering the advantages of leadership. I am usually very distressed. After you reminded me, I still feel that something is wrong." After drinking, they both sat down. The Material Purchasing King shouted again in time, "Next one, next one." Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, do you want to take a rest before coming back?" Zhao Manfu replied casually, "It doesn't matter if you take a break or not, it will get more difficult the further you go." Zhou Wenqing asked Zhang Yunqing, "Why don't you come first? I'm afraid you won't have anything to say later." Zhang Yunqing said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for taking care of me. I'd better come later. I can't leave the most difficult things to others." Zhao Manfu smiled and patted Zhang Yunqing and said, "Brother, you are awesome. You always keep the most difficult things for yourself." Zhang Yunqingjian replied calmly, "Isn't it just like this all the time? I'm used to it." Su Kun shouted, "Next one." Wang Ming, Li Shixuan, Zhou Wenqing, and Yu Xingjie all echoed rhythmically, "Next one, next one." Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, stood up and said, I'm coming, it's my turn." "Mr. Zhao, you are a kind person and always do the right thing but not the right person. I also made a lot of mistakes in the garden construction, production and management of this project, but you always criticize and educate us while never forgetting. Encourage us and give us opportunities to correct and improve. I respect you." Zhao Manfu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Xiao Wan, you summed it up well. As long as you are willing to grow, there will be no problem if I spend more time guiding you." Done. After the two drank, they each sat down and filled their own glasses. Wan Song exclaimed happily and said, "I passed the test and got the subsidy. Manager Su, don't let me forget it." Su Kun replied, "Don't worry, I was drunk today. I guess you still won't pass the test tomorrow." Wan Song screamed, "Ah, you are playing like this without me, it's so cruel. It's almost like amnesia." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, comforted him, "It's okay, Wan Gong, I'll help you remember it, and I promise I won't trick you. Come and let's shout together, next one, next one. Next one, next one, next one." Everyone cheered and urged the next one to show up quickly. Tang Ying, the project finance cashier, stood up and said, "Mr. Zhao, I haven't been back to my home in Kyoto to visit my parents for several months. This collection of payment happened to be arranged with your consent to go back to Kyoto for a business trip. After finishing the business, I went home for a few days off. After my mother opened the door and saw me, she said to my father, 'It's Ingzi who's back. Dad, come and have a look.' Am I dreaming?" And then my dad jokingly said to my mother, "If you are dreaming, I will pinch you and you will know." As a result, my mother jumped up because of the pinch. Therefore, on behalf of myself and my parents, I would like to thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your ingenious arrangements that made my dream of returning home come true. I respect you." Zhao Manfu stood up slowly, raised his glass and touched it with Tang Ying and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's all come together. Let's toast our parents of engineers who are far away from home." We work for the company. After being away from home for many years, the more you contribute, the more you owe your parents. However, since ancient times, it is difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety, and this is especially true for us engineering workers. Brothers and sisters did it. After everyone drank the wine, they sat down, but some people couldn't help it and began to cry quietly. For fear of being seen by others, they kept wiping their tears. At least a few of them had bright eyes. Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, "Don't be anxious, everyone, just adapt slowly. This is the current situation of our engineering people, and it cannot be changed in a while. There is indeed something going on at home. In my project department, no matter how busy the project department is, I have never said that I am deliberately making things difficult for any of my colleagues who ask for leave. However, the situation Tang Ying mentioned does make all of us uncomfortable, but everyone faces this problem. If we choose to be good at engineering, we have to endure the discomfort of doing engineering. If you have any difficulties at ordinary times, you can also talk to me about projects. I will definitely help you in any way I can. Come on, relax and let me salute you all. Cheers to a better tomorrow." Everyone drank a drink together, and the bad mood gradually calmed down. Su Kun took the lead and urged everyone, "Is there anyone who hasn't toasted to Mr. Zhao? Hurry up." Surveying engineer Lin Jun stood up and said, "I'll do it. Mr. Zhao, I remember that my original measurement data was always unclear. Although the data on the grid was very clear, I always had trouble making the leaders understand. Later, under your guidance, we must develop the habit of treating our leaders as laymen, report our work to a level that the leaders can understand immediately, and never let the leaders ask repeated questions in order to understand what we want to express. I want to thank you for teaching me how to clearly report my measurement data to my leadership." Wang Ming yelled, "Mr. Lin, you are too bold. You treat the leader as a layman. Are you praising the leader or sarcasm in front of the leader? I am confused. No, let's start with a new one that is not controversial." Surveying engineer Lin Jun replied rather uneasily, "Wang Ming, please stop making noises, this matter will become more difficult as it goes on, as everyone knows. Besides, it's not you who has the final say on whether it counts or not, right? We'd better ask Mr. Zhao to comment. Mr. Zhao says let it be. Okay." Wang Ming spread his hands and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, it seems you are not drunk yet, and you still want to ask Mr. Zhao to evaluate it in person. Mr. Zhao, please tell me, is Mr. Lin's statement a bit unreliable? Do you want him to find a more legitimate reason?" Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and took the initiative to clink the glasses with Lin Jun before explaining, "Xiao Lin, you are right. I ask you to develop the habit of treating leaders as laymen when reporting on work, so that leaders can understand it immediately. Today, I would like to emphasize this point to you on this occasion. I believe that after you practice it for a period of time, you will experience the benefits of doing so yourself. Xiao Lin is really a teachable kid." Done. After the two drank, they sat down and each filled their own glasses. Next one, everyone's emotions became high again. Hydropower engineer Lu Ligua stood up and said, "Mr. Zhao, I respect your approachability." Ranwen novel. Wang Ming shouted, "It's serious, come again." Everyone also cheered, "Do it again, do it again, do it again." Lu Ligua smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really at my wit's end. I can't think of anything better. Can we just drink it?" Su Kun laughed and said, "It's now that I realized how difficult it was. What were you doing? Let others take away your good words. Think again." Lu Ligua smiled and said, "Okay. Mr. Zhao, I wish you good health, success in your work, and all your wishes come true. Here's to you." Su Kun muttered in a low voice, "This can be regarded as a way of getting through." Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "Thank you Xiao Lu, for an individual, good health is the most important thing. If a person is not healthy, nothing else is meaningful. The young man is good and can grasp the most important key points. Thank you for your blessing. I also wish you good health and happiness every day. We drank this. After the two drank the glass of wine, they put down their glasses and each filled their own glasses. As usual, the rhythmic urging sound of, next one, next one, next one, sounded. Project Information Officer Ho Huiwei stood up and said, "Okay, it's my turn. I would like to thank Mr. Zhao for bringing several business people to our project after he came, including Mr. Zhang, Li Gong, and Yu Gong. Only after this problem was solved can we successfully collect the payment this time. Otherwise, it would have been reported the data files have not been compiled yet. How can there be any collection of 20 million? I respect you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Manfu took the initiative to stand up and clink glasses with Ho Huiwei and said, "Xiao Ho, although your reason passed the test, you did find a better one." Done. After Ho Huiwei finished the drink in the cup, she jumped up happily and said, "Passed, passed. Ha ha ha. Manager Su, please write this down for me. If my subsidy is deducted in the future, I will have no choice but to steal your money to subsidize myself." Su Kun laughed and replied, "Remember it, just put your heart in your stomach." Financial teller Tang Ying said, "Sister Yu, is it your turn?" Commercial Director Yu Dongjin stood up with a smile and said, "Mr. Zhao, I have never managed the commercial work of a project with a contract value of hundreds of millions, at most it was only a few thousand. When I got here, you gave me the opportunity to manage a project that was 10 times the size of anything I had managed before. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I respect you." Zhao Manfu stood up and said, "Less than, your work ability and attitude are worthy of recognition. This project is just bigger than previous projects, so you don't have any psychological burden. You can do it with confidence and boldness. Even if there are problems, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang and I will be your backing." Yu Dongjin happily agreed, "Okay, as long as I have these words from you, Mr. Zhao, I will be able to move forward bravely and will never let you down." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, let's have a drink." After the two sat down, warm applause erupted from the table. Zhou Wenqing took the lead and shouted, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." Everyone clapped and shouted rhythmically, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunqing greeted everyone calmly, "Quiet, quiet, it's my turn, it's my turn." Zhou Wenqing laughed sarcastically and said, "Why are you pretending? Hurry up, everyone is still waiting for the next show, don't waste our time." Zhang Yunqing did not quarrel with Zhou Wenqing, because sitting next to Zhao Manfu had geographical priority. He picked up the wine glass and asked Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, do you think we can be considered friends for 6 or 7 years?" Zhao Manfu didn't know what it meant, but it was true, so he replied readily, "Yes." Zhang Yunqing continued, "Okay. Since we are friends, we have the feelings between friends, right?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "That's right. Mr. Zhao, I respect you. Our feelings are shallow and we take a lick, but our feelings are deep and we are stuffy in one breath. I've done it, it's up to you." Zhao Manfu didn't feel anything was wrong, so he said, "Okay, just take a breath." The two simply drank a drink. However, Zhou Wenqing, who was standing next to him, made a fuss and quit, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you are too arrogant. For someone who usually does the most difficult work, this way of doing things does not reflect your level. Come, come, come," we all applaud to welcome Mr. Zhang back and get ready. Rhythmic clapping and rhythmic, again, 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 rang out from the table. Zhang Yunqing felt that this was a hornet's nest. If he didn't come up with a solution, he would probably make a bigger joke. After Zhang Yunqing closed his eyes and thought for a while, his eyes lit up, he stood up and said, "Okay, thank you everyone for your kind invitation. I'll try again." However, no matter whether it is good or bad, I still ask all my brothers and sisters to be generous and let me go. Zhou Wenqing laughed and said, whether we let you go or not depends on your performance. If you are still as stupid as before, we don't mind applauding you again and asking you to do it again. Don't worry about us. Tolerance is enough until you can adjust to satisfy everyone. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, okay, Mr. Zhou, I will try my best to satisfy everyone. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took a deep breath and said slowly while relaxing, Mr. Zhao, I want to sincerely thank you. It was you who helped me analyze the problem and guide me in the direction when my cost consulting company was about to close down. Through your efforts, you recommended me to Western architecture. It allowed me to step away from the shadow of entrepreneurial failure, gave me the opportunity to join a listed company like Western Construction, and gave me the opportunity to be exposed to the business management of hundreds of millions of engineering projects. In the future, it will not be just one project, but a bunch of projects. Billion project. A few months ago, this would have been unimaginable to me. I love Novel Network. I thank you, Mr. Zhao, from the bottom of my heart. I'm usually not good at talking, but today Mr. Zhou gave me this rare opportunity to express myself. I think I should also express my gratitude to you truly. Mr. Zhao, I offer you this glass of wine. Thank you. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing held the wine glass with both hands. The rim of his own wine glass was slightly lower than the rim of Zhao Manfu's wine glass. He touched it and said, I'll do it first as a token of respect. Zhao Manfu also drank the glass of wine relatively simply, and then said to Zhang Yunqing, Yunqing, I don't know if it was necessarily the right decision to suggest you close the company at that time. However, I heard you say that in order to socialize, you often go out standing up and come back lying down, unaware of anything else. Because I used a lot of novices, I often messed up the business and was scolded by Party A and the auditor so that I could not hold my head up and lived a very frustrated life. And the shareholders don't continue to invest money, but you keep investing money. Your family doesn't have much money, and the company spends tens of thousands of cash every month. The money that should be collected cannot be recovered. If this continues, we have also discussed that we must have the ability to advance funds of at least 2 million every year. Only then can you continue your medium-sized cost-effectiveness company. To be honest, I run an engineering company and I am also the boss. I know very well that when you are the person in charge of a company, all the things you don't understand will be left to you, all the difficulties will be left to you, and all the ambiguous things will need to be decided by you. And your temper is not that good. You always like to have a bad temper and always like to curse. To be honest, I thought from the bottom of my heart that you were not suitable to be the person in charge of a company at that time. At least they need to go out into the society, learn enough experience, find enough connections, and accumulate enough economic wealth. Then, you will have the conditions to start a business again. Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, yes, Mr. Zhao, thank you. Although my current job is also very busy and stressful. But, after all, I am not a boss, so I won't worry about not receiving money or not being able to pay wages. When I was closing the company, I still clearly remember that I needed to gradually fire everyone, including myself. Because if it doesn't open, you have to continue to invest money to keep it running. Finally, with your help, I slowly figured it out. At that time, I was about to open a second company. When I started the company, I didn't get support from my family. They kept pouring cold water on me instead of helping me find a solution to the problem. Of course, this problem may also be because I am too obsessed with growing the company. My determination at that time was that if I could not develop the company quickly, I would rather take the risk of expanding the company quickly and take the path of rapid development of the company. As a result, the facts gave me a loud slap in the face, telling me that there is no way out for an enterprise to develop rapidly and blindly. Afterwards, I repeatedly analyzed the company's operating information, and found that the pattern could be calculated clearly using mathematical models. He can calculate clearly how much investment such an enterprise needs, how many people it can hire, how much business it can receive, how much money it can collect, and how long it can last. I used to laugh at people who always had to create a vague business plan before starting a business, thinking it was a waste of effort. Only after I failed to start my own business did I realize the importance of discussing a plan. Even if the plan is imperfect, you still have to make one. In this process, it is helpful for entrepreneurs to recognize themselves more clearly, find their shortcomings, and guide themselves to find suitable partners or employees. Yu Dongjin happily agreed, "Okay, as long as I have these words from you, Mr. Zhao, I will be able to move forward bravely and will never let you down." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, let's have a drink." After the two sat down, warm applause erupted from the table. Zhou Wenqing took the lead and shouted, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." Everyone clapped and shouted rhythmically, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunqing greeted everyone calmly, "Quiet, quiet, it's my turn, it's my turn." Zhou Wenqing laughed sarcastically and said, "Why are you pretending? Hurry up, everyone is still waiting for the next show, don't waste our time." Zhang Yunqing did not quarrel with Zhou Wenqing, because sitting next to Zhao Manfu had geographical priority. He picked up the wine glass and asked Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, do you think we can be considered friends for 6 or 7 years?" Zhao Manfu didn't know what it meant, but it was true, so he replied readily, "Yes." Zhang Yunqing continued, "Okay. Since we are friends, we have the feelings between friends, right?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "That's right. Mr. Zhao, I respect you. Our feelings are shallow and we take a lick, but our feelings are deep and we are stuffy in one breath. I've done it, it's up to you." Zhao Manfu didn't feel anything was wrong, so he said, "Okay, just take a breath." The two simply drank a drink. However, Zhou Wenqing, who was standing next to him, made a fuss and quit, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you are too arrogant. For someone who usually does the most difficult work, this way of doing things does not reflect your level. Come, come, come," we all applaud to welcome Mr. Zhang back and get ready. Rhythmic clapping and rhythmic, again, 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 rang out from the table. Zhang Yunqing felt that this was a hornet's nest. If he didn't come up with a solution, he would probably make a bigger joke. After Zhang Yunqing closed his eyes and thought for a while, his eyes lit up, he stood up and said, "Okay, thank you everyone for your kind invitation. I'll try again. However, no matter whether it is good or bad, I still ask all my brothers and sisters to be generous and let me go." Zhou Wenqing laughed and said, "Whether we let you go or not depends on your performance. If you are still as stupid as before, we don't mind applauding you again and asking you to do it again. Don't worry about us. Tolerance is enough until you can adjust to satisfy everyone." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will try my best to satisfy everyone." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took a deep breath and said slowly while relaxing, "Mr. Zhao, I want to sincerely thank you. It was you who helped me analyze the problem and guide me in the direction when my cost consulting company was about to close down. Through your efforts, you recommended me to Western architecture. It allowed me to step away from the shadow of entrepreneurial failure, gave me the opportunity to join a listed company like Western Construction, and gave me the opportunity to be exposed to the business management of hundreds of millions of engineering projects. In the future, it will not be just one project, but a bunch of projects. Billion project. A few months ago, this would have been unimaginable to me. I love Novel Network. I thank you, Mr. Zhao, from the bottom of my heart. I'm usually not good at talking, but today Mr. Zhou gave me this rare opportunity to express myself. I think I should also express my gratitude to you truly. Mr. Zhao, I offer you this glass of wine. Thank you." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing held the wine glass with both hands. The rim of his own wine glass was slightly lower than the rim of Zhao Manfu's wine glass. He touched it and said, "I'll do it first as a token of respect." Zhao Manfu also drank the glass of wine relatively simply, and then said to Zhang Yunqing, "Yunqing, I don't know if it was necessarily the right decision to suggest you close the company at that time. However, I heard you say that in order to socialize, you often go out standing up and come back lying down, unaware of anything else. Because I used a lot of novices, I often messed up the business and was scolded by Party A and the auditor so that I could not hold my head up and lived a very frustrated life. And the shareholders don't continue to invest money, but you keep investing money. Your family doesn't have much money, and the company spends tens of thousands of cash every month. The money that should be collected cannot be recovered. If this continues, we have also discussed that we must have the ability to advance funds of at least 2 million every year. Only then can you continue your medium-sized cost-effectiveness company. To be honest, I run an engineering company and I am also the boss. I know very well that when you are the person in charge of a company, all the things you don't understand will be left to you, all the difficulties will be left to you, and all the ambiguous things will need to be decided by you. And your temper is not that good. You always like to have a bad temper and always like to curse. To be honest, I thought from the bottom of my heart that you were not suitable to be the person in charge of a company at that time. At least they need to go out into the society, learn enough experience, find enough connections, and accumulate enough economic wealth. Then, you will have the conditions to start a business again. Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhao, thank you. Although my current job is also very busy and stressful. But, after all, I am not a boss, so I won't worry about not receiving money or not being able to pay wages. When I was closing the company, I still clearly remember that I needed to gradually fire everyone, including myself. Because if it doesn't open, you have to continue to invest money to keep it running. Finally, with your help, I slowly figured it out. At that time, I was about to open a second company. When I started the company, I didn't get support from my family. They kept pouring cold water on me instead of helping me find a solution to the problem. Of course, this problem may also be because I am too obsessed with growing the company. My determination at that time was that if I could not develop the company quickly, I would rather take the risk of expanding the company quickly and take the path of rapid development of the company. As a result, the facts gave me a loud slap in the face, telling me that there is no way out for an enterprise to develop rapidly and blindly. Afterwards, I repeatedly analyzed the company's operating information, and found that the pattern could be calculated clearly using mathematical models. He can calculate clearly how much investment such an enterprise needs, how many people it can hire, how much business it can receive, how much money it can collect, and how long it can last. I used to laugh at people who always had to create a vague business plan before starting a business, thinking it was a waste of effort. Only after I failed to start my own business did I realize the importance of discussing a plan. Even if the plan is imperfect, you still have to make one. In this process, it is helpful for entrepreneurs to recognize themselves more clearly, find their shortcomings, and guide themselves to find suitable partners or employees. Zhao Manfu raised his glass and suggested, "Thank you Yunqing for sharing your experience of entrepreneurial failure with all of us. This also reminds each of us to cherish today's job and do the things we do well. At the same time, it also reminds us that we should always look at the development of things from the boss's perspective and make corresponding decisions. Come, let's do one together." When Zhao Manfu put down his glass and was pouring wine, Zhou Wenqing said, "Mr. Zhao, please share your entrepreneurial story." Zhao Manfu said excitedly, "Okay. I can tell a story related to me. My father used to be an ordinary cadre in the forestry system. When he retired, the family was still relatively poor. There were 4 of us brothers and sisters, which was not a large number for the family at that time, and not a small number including the elderly. After retirement, my father still had a lot of ideas and always wanted to start a business, but he didn't know what to do. He himself is an expert in forestry and is quite professional in the growth attributes of seedlings. By chance, I was contracted to build a nursery of several hundred acres in my hometown. After several years of hard work in the nursery, I finally earned my first pot of gold, 1 million. This 1 million was a big deal in 1990s. I remember that at that time, when a family was said to be relatively wealthy, it was said that the family was worth 10,000 yuan. 1 million is equivalent to 1 million households. Zhou Wenqing asked, "What happened next? How did you establish the company?" Zhao Manfu said, "Later, when I only engaged in nurseries, I found that the scope of business was relatively narrow. Many projects were real estate, gardening and landscape projects. Because my father was familiar with gardens, many parties that had planted seedlings were willing to take the initiative. Find my father to help solve the problem. After a while, with the support of the real estate boss's business commitments, I opened a garden landscape business. After more than 10 years of development, we have gone from having no qualifications to having a third-level qualification, to having a second-level landscape construction enterprise qualification, from having no design to organizing our own design department, to having our own enterprise's second-level qualification for landscape architecture design. In this process, the operation of an enterprise always requires many people to manage it. After many discussions, I finally resigned from my original job as a college teacher and went to work for my father's company, of course in exchange for shares. Although I am not the legal person of the company, I am the general manager of the company and I manage the daily affairs. We also have many projects running at the same time, but none of them are big projects." Zhou Wenqing asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhao, are you looking for a place to work because your shareholding in your company is too low?" Zhao Manfu replied, "If we don't explain this matter, most people must think so. Although the family business I work for is much smaller than our Western construction companies, I am a shareholder after all, and my shareholding is not a few dozen %. In this case, in addition to considerable salary income every year, there will also be corresponding shareholder dividends. Just from an income perspective, my current income from working in Western construction has actually decreased." Zhou Wenqing looked even more confused and asked, "Then I can't even guess why you chose to come to work in Western construction." Zhao Manfu replied, "It's a long story. I'm happy today. I'll toast everyone first and then tell this story." Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Zhao Manfu continued, 2 or 3 years ago, Western architecture anticipated that there would be projects in Sichuan metropolis, so it entrusted headhunters to search for the person in charge of the production area. The requirement was to be general manager or above of each second-level garden landscape enterprise or above. Position person. The first person who came to see me was company executive Yuan Fang, and later the human resources executive Ma Wenxuan also came. No good terms have been negotiated. A year ago, my boss, Chairman Bai, also went to the capital city to interview me in person. Boss Bai's original words were, "I am very optimistic about you. Although you have not thought about it now, I hope that as long as you leave your family business. If you choose to come to our Western building, I promise that I will never let other units treat you better than I do. Moreover, the projects you are managing now are all tens of thousands, and you can only do 1 to 20 million a year. The output value is too small. As long as you come to our Western construction, I guarantee that the projects we can manage for you will definitely be hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions, or more than 1 billion. Only a life in which you have managed large projects and completed multiple landmark gardening and landscape projects is the perfect life for a garden engineer." Zhou Wenqing asked, "Boss Bai's promise to you has also been fulfilled?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes, this is too easy for Boss Bai to achieve." Later, after repeated family meetings, we decided to let me resign as the general manager of the family business and come to Western construction to learn how to manage large projects. Of course, a little selfishly, I also want to create some landmark garden landscape projects. Zhou Wenqing said excitedly to everyone, "Have you seen that Mr. Zhao, who is already perfect in our minds, is still studying and improving himself seriously. As young people, what reason do we have not to study hard? On this project, everyone should not be afraid of making mistakes. Everyone should have the courage to try. When facing difficulties and setbacks at work, we should think rationally and keep the interests of the company in mind. Even if we make mistakes, there are still a few of our leaders who will help everyone correct them. Wrong, I am helping everyone take responsibility. Only by working hard, trying, and experiencing can everyone truly grow and mature at work. I suggest that we pay tribute to our learning boss. Mr. Zhao, I respect you. Everyone stood up together, clinked glasses with Zhao Manfu and downed the drink in one gulp. Zhao Manfu said, "Don't just listen to us, Mr. Zhou, please also tell us why you come to work in Western construction." Zhou Wenqing said, "I used to work in a state-owned enterprise, mainly doing indoor decoration projects, but the salary and income were too low. I like the environment and climate in the Nanhai area very much, and I don't want to leave this land. Just when I was feeling a little uncomfortable, Western Construction was looking for a project manager in Nanhai, so I casually submitted my resume. I thought that if I didn't match my major, I might not be able to succeed. Who knew that Western Construction interviewers said that recruiting project managers is not recruiting greening managers, and it does not require that you have to understand greening. On the contrary, the company now lacks talents who are proficient in decoration, and what we are doing in the Nanhai area is mainly real estate projects, which just needs people like me." Later, when we talked about wages and benefits, they were much higher than those in state-owned enterprises. They also said that there were 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as output value bonus, collection bonus, settlement bonus, excess gross profit bonus, etc. So, to put it simply, I came because job hopping can quickly improve my living standards. Everyone laughed and dispersed until late at night. No one was drunk. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Yunqing lazily picked up his mobile phone and checked the time. This was incredible. Oh no, he was late for work. It was already 10 o'clock. I got up quickly, packed up, and went to the office. There was no one there, including other ordinary offices. Zhang Yunqing was thinking, did everyone oversleep? So, Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office and happened to meet Zhao Manfu, who was about to open the office door. Zhang Yunqing asked, "Mr. Zhao, no one from my commerce department came to work. Didn't they drink last night? Are they drunk too?" Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm drunk or not. What I remember is that no one fell down when we left. 2 female colleagues from the Commerce Department were persuaded to drink by the gang of boys who gave birth later. I guess they all drank a lot, and no one was very sober anyway." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Oh, that's it. It seems that there is no way to carry out the work normally this morning. Just wait until the afternoon. From this point of view, organizing everyone to drink is good, but it does easily affect the normal operation of the project department." Zhao Manfu replied, "It doesn't matter, I have made a request that the mobile phones of the managers of our project department must be turned on 24 hours a day and must not be turned off at any time. As long as you can contact someone, even if you are not sober sometimes, the person who is in trouble can make his own judgment temporarily and communicate again when he is sober. Under normal circumstances, nothing serious can happen. In my years of work, I have had a lot of social activities, and this is how I got there." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I really have no experience in this aspect. If you say there is no problem, then there is no problem. Last night, I drank too much and talked nonsense." Zhao Manfu replied, "I'm not talking nonsense, but I'm talking too much. So much so that Zhou Wenqing asked me to talk a lot. From now on, you must learn from Zhou Wenqing and speak as little as possible. This is the way this society is. Others may not necessarily see you as a good person. When others know about your shortcomings, they may not be able to help you. They may even deal with you more unscrupulously when the time comes. Therefore, when we walk and wander outside, we still need to consciously protect some of our privacy. It's only suitable to talk about work matters with colleagues. You can also chat about romantic affairs, but you can't talk in depth. We cannot expect to turn colleagues into friends. In a person's life, there are not many people he can meet who can truly be called friends. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. I'll just pay more attention in the future." Zhao Manfu asked, "Now that you're here, let's take care of the important things on the project." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. Tomb Robbery Novel Network. An important thing is that the seedling price declaration form compiled by Yu Xingjia last night can be checked with the second and third bids tomorrow. When will Wang Ming of the material be able to sort out such a form? I will ask again in the afternoon. Down. The second most important thing is the expected output value issue next month. Try to get a result within 2 or 3 days and then report it. The third one is sorting out the visas that are matched. It will take a lot of time to sort out this matter, and the matter is complicated, and it also requires communication and discussion between the 3 bidders. The fourth one is to request the review document of the bid clearance report. I arranged for Li Xishuan to ask for this document, but this is also a matter of waiting." Zhao Manfu nodded and replied, "Of these 4 things, the simplest is the fourth one, but I initially judged that there will be no decent results. This process only plays a role in letting Jingchuan Group understand the situation. You have to have a number in your mind." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhao Manfu said again, "As for the price declaration form, I feel that the name of the material is a bit careless. You have to emphasize it to him repeatedly to get his attention. Otherwise, it won't work without his material data." Last night, the entire project department celebrated together. It stands to reason that everyone's relationship will become closer. At least Wang Ming's work attitude will improve during this period, and you should hurry up and urge him to produce results. Zhang Yunqing replied, "I feel the same way about Wang Ming. I will find time to look for him in the afternoon." Zhao Manfu said, "It is expected that the leaders of the business department will pay close attention to next month's output value and the amount of payment received. Therefore, you must produce results quickly to provide me with a buffer time for decision-making. The second is to work hard in the direction of large production value, and don't be timid." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I understand. This matter is already with the Ministry of Commerce. The production needs to be coordinated have been completed. We just have to wait for the final result to see if it is ideal." Zhao Manfu said, "I don't worry about 2 specific things. I'm just giving you an idea. You just have to control the data." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Don't worry about this. As long as it is something that can be solved at the Ministry of Commerce, I ask everyone to communicate more, discuss it more and work overtime, and it will always be solved at a visible speed. Only those things that require the cooperation of horizontal departments or even horizontal companies make me confused. Many times I feel like I don't know where to direct my energy." Zhao Manfu comforted him, Your technical level is not bad. You are always easily stuck in things that require dealing with people. But it doesn't matter. We are working together now. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me anytime. Sometimes, if you find a personnel problem that you can't even think about solving, I might be able to help you solve it easily." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhao Manfu said worriedly, "The issue of visa sorting is actually the real headache for our project now." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, there is too much detailed work in our business. Just recording the ERP requires 3 of us every month, 1 for materials, 1 for seedlings, and 1 for business. Moreover, we often rework, and the financial always saying something is wrong here, something wrong there." Zhao Manfu replied, "If you make a mistake, just correct it. What's there to complain about?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I don't want to complain. The main reason is that these standards are installed in the heads of financial personnel. There is no written document to inform the personnel related to ERP entry on the project. And every time a financial personnel is changed, the standards may not be the same. This kind of internal friction has indeed made the relevant personnel in our project department quite exhausted. The matter of obtaining a visa just mentioned is difficult to say, but not difficult to say. The main thing is that suppliers, production site managers, and business personnel should preferably discuss and confirm on-site. Moreover, the visas for upper-level and lower-level applicants must be separated. Otherwise, no matter how many applications are issued for upper-level applicants, they will still be required for lower-level applicants, which will be of little significance to the company. Zhao Manfu said, "What you said makes sense. Maybe you have to spend more time on the visas between the top and bottom, and you can't let Udonjin control it. Whether the gross profit margin of this project can be achieved, the visa impact caused by such a large-scale design change must be huge. You should pay special attention to this matter on this project." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. It's past 11 now. I'll go back to the office and check. If the two business people come to work, I will arrange the work corresponding to your opinions with them. Try to implement it as soon as possible." Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes, you have to make preparations early. Bring in the business people for this project early so that you can run the project independently." Zhang Yunqing asked sensitively, "Why do you want to have a new project?" Zhao Manfu replied, "There may be one, but it is not clear which one it is. What is the difference between the two of us now and managing one project? Only after managing multiple project departments can we become a real area." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I really look forward to that day coming soon." Zhao Manfu replied, "Don't be too happy. We must be able to handle this project well before taking over and managing new projects. It will be more beneficial to us. Otherwise, if we are busy all day long, that would take away the joy of life." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely follow your instructions and make the business of this project run independently as soon as possible." Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce after chatting with Zhao Manfu. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Yunqing saw Li Shixuan and Udonjin coming, so he asked, "Oh, you finally came to work. I overslept this morning and arrived at the office after 10 o'clock, before you all came." Udonjin said, "Oh, Shaoli, and I also overslept. Otherwise, look at the days when we didn't come to work on time, and the days when we weren't late and still worked overtime. We don't have this habit of being lazy." Li Shixuan asked cautiously, "Mr. Zhang, you are late for work today. Your salary will not be deducted, right?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Everyone overslept during the celebration last night, so naturally no one's salary will be deducted. Mr. Zhao just reminded me that all employees should not turn off their mobile phones and keep them on 24 hours a day. This is to avoid being unable to contact anyone in the event of an emergency. You both come to my place for a short meeting." Li Shixuan and Udonjin both brought their notebooks and signature pens to Zhang Yunqing's desk and found a chair to sit down. Zhang Yunqing said, "I went to chat with Mr. Zhao for a while. Mr. Zhao has clearly made requirements for me. Let me handle the business operations of this project so that it can operate independently as soon as possible. This means that I must smoothly transition the specific business I am doing to the people related to you. My idea is to hand over all the specific work, whether it is to the superiors or to the subordinates, starting from next month. This month I will still start the process first to give you some buffer time. In this case, Udonjin's burden will be heavier in the future, and of course Li Shixuan's burden will naturally be a lot heavier. As for the company's business personnel allocation, according to current understanding, there is only one business manager and one budgeter at most. Materials and seedlings are generally only allocated one person per project. Therefore, I will hand over the business to you for trial operation while I am stationed in this project department. To avoid the situation where I suddenly get a new project and take care of the new project but not the old one." Li Shixuan replied, "It's okay, Mr. Zhang. As long as I am busy, I will do whatever is assigned to me." Yu Dongjin also expressed, I am mainly a manager and have poor horizontal communication. I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt to it for a while. Zhang Yunqing replied, I am like this too, not much better than you. However, after actual work experience, things will definitely change slowly. Yu Dongjin, in your future work, you must pay attention to the things that can be arranged for Li Shixuan to do, and only keep things in your own hands that cannot be arranged or things that she does not know how to do. Inside. Shaoli, you should have a mentality of cooperating with Yu Dongjin at all times, and the two of you will cooperate better. Yu Dongjin replied, I will try my best to learn how to arrange my work. Li Shixuan replied, Sister Yu, just assign more work tasks to me in the future. When I am free, I will also take the initiative to tell you and try to get new work tasks. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, there should be no problem with this attitude of the two of you. You should continue to carry it forward. After looking at the two of them, Zhang Yunqing continued, Shaoli extracted the expected output value of the project for next month. Do you think it can be completed tomorrow? Li Shixuan replied, it was extracted for a while this morning. According to the estimated time schedule, it can be completed tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing arranged, okay. Once you finish the proposal, you will immediately send it to Yu Dongjin to prepare a matching budget. Yu Dongjin will come to me to discuss it as soon as the amount comes out. Mr. Zhao said that this issue of amount, career department leaders take it very seriously. One principle is to make the estimated amount as large as possible. Li Shixuan replied, no problem. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Will I call you no matter what? Zhang Yunqing nodded and said, well, because Mr. Zhao is always urging me to get this data, he also makes a decision based on the numbers we calculated. We still need to make adjustments based on his decision-making. So this matter will not be accomplished overnight. Yu Dongjin replied, I know, I will definitely notify you in time. I estimate that it will take at least one day after I get Shaoli's engineering quantity data before the data can be released. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, when you tell me the total number, also send me the software version data file you compiled. I will review your software version data for any major deviations. Yu Dongjin replied, yes. Zhang Yunqing continued, this project does not need to leave the communication with peripheral leaders to you two for the time being, which will also reduce a lot of pressure on you. For example, Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie are mainly cooperating in appraising materials and seedlings. Other horizontal communication matters are also handled by me and don't need to be left to you. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, I've made a note of it. It's up to you to handle the pricing of peripherals and materials in person. Zhang Yunqing said, tomorrow I need to discuss the seedling price declaration form with the second and third bidders starting in the morning. This afternoon, Yu Dongjin, please take the time to go to the site with me to take a look and learn about the visas issued by the project department and how to apply for them. But the discussion of upper and lower should be discussed separately. Yu Dongjin asked, if you go to the scene together, do you need to make any preparations? Zhang Yunqing replied, no need to make any preparations, just do what you usually do when you go there. I need to know what it's really like when you're working on site. If you have any opinions, I will communicate with you in person. Yu Dongjin asked again, what time will you go in the afternoon? Zhang Yunqing replied, I go to work at 2:30 in the afternoon, but it's too hot at that time. Let's go there around 3 o'clock. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked, today, have you asked the king of material procurement? When will his material price declaration form be ready for me to see? Yu Dongjin replied, I asked, and he didn't say the time. He just said that he was starting to do it. Zhang Yunqing replied, that won't work. Think of a way to get him to promise when it will be compiled. Yu Dongjin replied, you are urging him so urgently, but it seems that you have not urged him personally. How about I ask him to come to your place now and we can communicate with him in person, okay? Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Shaoli, why don't you leave and take a look here? We all need to learn how to deal with Wang Ming in a friendly manner and let him complete the material-related tasks voluntarily. Yu Donjin took out her mobile phone, found the number of the material purchasing king in the address book, and dialed, "Mr. Wang, are you in the office now?" The voice of Wang Ming, the material purchaser, came over the phone. "Here, Sister Yu, what can I do?" Yu Donjin replied, "If you are here, Mr. Zhang, I want you to come to his office right away. There are some things that need to be communicated." Material purchasing Wang Ming replied, "Okay. Wait a few minutes." 10 minutes later, Wang Ming, a material purchaser, came to Zhang Yinqing's desk in the Ministry of Commerce office. Zhang Yinqing greeted Wang Ming and said, "Wang Gong, pull up a chair and sit down to communicate." Material purchasing Wang Ming pulled up a chair and sat down and asked, "Mr. Zhang, tell me, what are you looking for me for?" Zhang Yinqing said, "Tomorrow I will discuss the seedling price declaration form with the second and third bidders. But as long as that form is completed, it cannot be reported. Still need to submit your material price declaration form. I'm here to communicate with you because I want to know how far you have come now." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, replied, "The price declaration form for the stone is almost complete now, but we still need the lamps, sketches, and signs." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Since you are classifying and sorting, please complete one category and pass it to me and Yu Donjin for review first, so as to shorten the time for Western architecture to unilaterally produce the results table as much as possible. After your first draft comes out, we still need to discuss internally and make adjustments, and then discuss with the second and third bidders before we can produce a real report results document. Mr. Zhao is also very concerned about this matter and is very anxious. He is afraid that if we submit the report late, we will miss the most favorable pricing window." Material purchasing Wang Ming replied, "I understand." Zhang Yinqing asked, "As long as you understand, if you have any questions at any time, you are always welcome to ask. Can you estimate now, when will you publish the first draft?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "It will take at least 5 days." Zhang Yinqing replied, "This time is too long, no. Today, Mr. Zhao is urging me again, asking me to communicate and negotiate with you. I hope you can work overtime to get this matter sorted out as soon as possible. Try your best to complete the first draft in the morning the day after tomorrow. The first draft will be handed over to Yu Donjin for review and revision." Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "Since you have said so, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhao attaches so much importance to it, then I will work overtime every day and try to complete the first draft according to your time requirements." Zhang Yinqing said to Donjin, "Yu Gong, you must take the initiative to communicate with Wang Ming every day about the progress of his work and find out if there are any difficulties. Once you find a problem that he cannot solve by himself, immediately help him coordinate effectively." Yu Donjin replied, "I know." Material procurement Wang Ming asked, "Mr. Zhang, have you finished talking about the matter? If so, you can prepare this material price declaration form first." Zhang Yinqing replied, "That's it. Go and get busy. Hurry up and have a sense of urgency." After the material purchasing king left the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Zhang Yinqing said to the two people, "From today on, the two of you must observe the material purchasing king's daily commuting time at any time. What you need to pay special attention to is whether he has worked overtime in the past few nights. If he has not worked overtime, you have to call him and ask for the results. If there are results, leave him alone. If there are no results, let him come back and work overtime." Li Shixuan replied, "Mr. Zhang, if I find that he does not work overtime, can you inform him if he is notified to come back to work overtime? I always feel that it would be weird if I inform him, and this person is they will find excuses, but maybe the goal is not achieved, and they even start to quarrel." Zhang Yinqing lowered his head and thought for a while before replying, "I think what Shaoli said makes sense. Otherwise, when something happens, you can find a way to notify Wang Ming and ask him to come back and work overtime. If there is a disagreement, don't argue with him, just tell me the situation." Yu Donjin replied, this king's name is so annoying, why do we still have to use him? Zhang Yunqing replied, if it's not annoying, then don't use him. Besides, we don't have such great rights. If we can't do it, we can use whoever we want, and we can't use whoever we want to use. Just remember to inform the king when something happens. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing said, we have almost communicated what we need to communicate, that's it. Let's adjourn the meeting. Li Shixuan and Yu Dongjin closed their notebooks, left Zhang Yunqing's desk, and returned to their workstations. After Yu Dongjin thought for a while, she felt that she still had to go to the production manager Su Kun to discuss it. After Yu Dongjin arrived at the production office, the production manager Su Kun greeted her from afar, Sister Yu, what kind of wind brought you here? Yu Dongjin walked to the desk of production manager Su Kun, pulled up a chair, sat down and said, I came to discuss something with you. Yu Dongjin said, Mr. Zhang had a short meeting with me just now and emphasized that the visas for the upper and lower parties should be processed as soon as possible. He also said that he would like me to take him to the site in the afternoon to see the situation on site. I asked him if he needed me to make any preparations, but he said that there was no need to prepare. Under normal circumstances, I would do whatever I did when I went to the scene. He needed to observe my work at the scene. I don't know what to do, and I'm afraid that Mr. Zhang will find many problems, so I came to you to ask for your help. I have been debating whether to prepare in advance for this. Production manager Su Kun replied, what else can you worry about? Since the leader wants to see it on site, he must be anxious to solve the problem. If you don't prepare in advance, what problem can you solve? If you wait to discover the problem proactively, I guess with his temper, you will most likely be scolded and cry. After hearing Su Kun's words, Yu Dongjin said as if suddenly enlightened, oh, I was still waiting stupidly. Is it too late to notify you now? Su Kun replied with dignity, if you look for someone else, it may be too late, but if you look for me, you will definitely have time. Tell me what time you plan to go to the construction site in the afternoon. Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhang said to go at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Kun replied, okay, I'll notify you in my production management QQ group. But what do you think the response will be? Yu Dongjin replied, I can't guess. Su Kun replied, those bosses who usually never see the beginning or end of the package actually agreed to receive it one by one and would be waiting for you and Mr. Zhang on site. They also made some random comments. Yu Dongjin asked, what opinions did you raise? Su Kun replied, the most frequently mentioned issue is that we hope that some visa confirmation issues can be solved on site. Let us not only know how to arrange the work, but not know how to apply for visas for confirmation. In this case, their settlement interests cannot be effectively obtained. Assure. Yu Dongjin replied, I can't make the decision on this. Please remind them to mention it more when the leader is on site. It is best for everyone to communicate in person so that it can be formed into a written document in the future. Su Kun replied, no problem. 2:50 in the afternoon. Yu Dongjin came to Zhang Yunqing and said, Mr. Zhang, you said you would go to the construction site at 3 o'clock this afternoon. When will you leave? Zhang Yunqing was reading the documents and asked without raising his head, okay, what time is it now? Yu Dongjin replied, it's 3 o'clock in 10 minutes, you can go. Zhang Yunqing put the document in his hand into the plastic document frame on the left front of his desk and said, let's go. As soon as the two arrived at the construction site and reached the entrance, the production manager Su Kun appeared and greeted them, hello, Mr. Zhang, hello Yu Gong, you are here and you need my company. Zhang Yunqing replied, Manager Su, you are too busy, I dare not let you accompany me easily. Su Kun replied enthusiastically, it's okay, I happen to be free at this time, I will accompany you around, and I can also report the difficulties at the project site to Mr. Zhang. I also want to gain some business support for the project department on site. Zhang Yunqing replied calmly, okay, if you have time, please take us around. Su Kun replied, then I will lead the way. Su Kun asked as he walked. Mr. Zhang, Fang Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, came to me these days and said that he lost some steel structure materials at the site. I would like to ask if he can apply for a visa and let us compensate for it. Zhang Yunqing frowned and asked, is he at the scene? Su Kun agreed, I'm right there, right in front. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, let's ask what's going on in person. A few minutes later, Fang Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, came over and greeted the three people. Su Kun said to Fang Xian, Boss Fang, what happened to the missing steel structure materials you mentioned a few days ago? You should report it to Mr. Zhang. Fang Xian replied, Mr. Zhang, it's like this. Didn't we add a new steel structure plank road? The night when the materials were just transported in, some of them fell off without paying attention. I would like to ask how to fix this matter. After listening to Fang Xian's report, Zhang Yunqing asked, it dropped a little, how much? Don't be so vague. Fang Xian replied easily, it looks like 15 tons. After Zhang Yunqing said, oh, he asked again, don't you have anyone to guard you? Fang Xian replied, no one is guarding. After Zhang Yunqing said, oh /. Then he asked, is there still no one to guard you now? Fang Xian quickly replied, there are people guarding it now. Zhang Yunqing asked, then what do you want to do? Fang Xian replied, I have no idea. The venue belongs to you. The simplest way is to ask you to compensate. Zhang Yunqing asked Su Kun, do you think his request is reasonable? Su Kun replied slyly, I'm not professional, so I don't dare to express my opinion in front of you. I don't know how to deal with it, so I want to ask you to help me find a solution. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin again, do you think Fang Xian's request is reasonable? Yu Dongjin replied straightforwardly, to be honest, I have little work experience and have never encountered it. Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, I have been working for more than 10 years, and I have been running around the construction site for a long time. I have never encountered this kind of problem. Fang Xian replied, Mr. Zhang, are you saying that we won't deal with things that you two haven't encountered before? Zhang Yunqing asked, who told you not to deal with it? Fang Xian replied, then please tell me, Mr. Zhang, how to handle this situation. Zhang Yunqing added, don't be in a hurry to tell me how to deal with this matter. I'll talk about it after I ask you some questions. How many years have you been in business in Western construction? Fang Xian replied, I have been doing this for more than 10 years. I have been serving Western construction almost since its existence. I am not only an old supplier, but I have also been rated as an excellent supplier many times. Zhang Yunqing replied, I just came to Western construction, and it hasn't been long. Why haven't I heard how excellent suppliers are evaluated? How did you get evaluated? Do you have any supporting documents such as a certificate or a list? Fang Xian smiled awkwardly and said, Western construction is not so perfect now. I heard that in the future, we will send out documents in the form of meetings asking how to select excellent suppliers. Zhang Yunqing asked curiously, oh, how do you know that you are an excellent supplier? Fang Xian replied, generally, the business unit president asks the vice president of production which teams are good. As long as there are more than 3 vice presidents of production in the company confirming a team with a good reputation, it will be the company's excellent supplier by default. Zhang Yunqing replied, oh, I understand. Since you have cooperated with us at Western Architecture for such a long time. Have you ever had this kind of material dropped before? Fang Xian replied, I've been there before. Zhang Yunqing asked, how to solve it? Fang Xian replied, it's all handled by the project department with the visa application. Zhang Yunqing asked again, how many tons of steel have been dropped in the past? Fang Xian replied unnaturally, at most, let me think about it, it's a bit old. It probably lost 10 tons at most. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then asked Yu Dongjin, did you hear clearly the conversation I had with Boss Fang just now? Yu Dongjin replied, I heard it clearly. Zhang Yunqing arranged, okay, based on this conversation, come up with your solution. Yu Dongjin replied, there are several plans, let me briefly mention them. 1. No compensation will be provided. 2. Implement conditional compensation to the victims. 3. Implement unconditional compensation. Zhang Yunqing asked Fang Xian, which one of Yu Dongjin's 3 plans would you choose? Fang Xian replied, I choose the third one and I will compensate you unconditionally. Zhang Yunqing asked again, when we discuss which one to choose, we have to give reasons. Can you please add some additional explanations? Fang Xian replied, it's very simple. My steel fell off in the construction site you provided me. If I don't ask you to compensate me, who will I ask for compensation? Yu Dongjin replied, the 3 options I just mentioned only represent 3 possibilities, and it does not mean that we all agree with these 3 options. You also said just now that you have dropped materials several times during the construction process with us in the West, and you also arranged for people to guard them later. From the perspective of this habitual behavior, if you did not send your guard in time and the materials were dropped, it is your own responsibility, and you should bear the consequences of losing the materials. Besides, what your contract agrees with us at Western Construction is to recognize the amount of your completed work, whether it is progress payment or settlement payment, so it is impossible for us to compensate you in this situation. Just now, Mr. Zhang asked me to provide a solution. I think we should choose the first option, without compensation. Zhang Yunqing said to Fang Xian, I think what Yu Dongjin said is very reasonable. We will not compensate you for this matter. It will be borne by yourselves. Production manager Su Kun smoothed things over and said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Fang, let's take a look. We will neither choose the first nor the third option. We will choose the second option and implement conditional compensation for you, okay? This project is a work rush project and special treatment will be given under special circumstances, right? Zhang Yunqing asked, Yu Gong, please explain to everyone how you envisioned your second plan. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. The second type, conditional compensation, is that within the scope allowed by the company's policy, if the upper party is compensated for the lost materials, the corresponding visa can be applied for the corresponding compensation for the lost materials. The key point of this kind of solution is that if it can't be solved, it will be in vain. Fang Xian said anxiously, how can we do that? Applying for a visa is the matter of your project department. I have nothing to do with whether you can get it back or not. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Fang, how can it have nothing to do with it? As long as the superiors prove to you that you lost the materials and are willing to compensate us, Western Construction, then it is logical that we, Western Construction, will compensate you. Is something wrong? Of course, if this is a lie and you just want some money, you won't be able to get a visa back. The company's regulations are also to prevent such unreasonable things from happening. Su Kun said, as for this matter, we will try to apply for a visa after production. We will not talk about it today at the scene. Mr. Fang, apart from this matter, is there anything else? Fang Xian replied, there is also the matter of payment. Yu Dongjin replied, I just paid you. It won't be long before the payment is due to a monthly funding plan. Fang Xian replied, if you say that, there will be nothing wrong. The 3 of them continued walking forward, and Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction rush team, was waiting for them on the side of the road with a frown on his face. Su Kun called Xia Hoyue and said, looking at you like this, you have no energy at all. What's wrong? Did you steal cattle last night? Xia Hoyue smiled bitterly and said, why are you stealing a cow? Manager Su, please help me take a look. The last part of the mortar bonding layer of my surface material is 10 centimeters. The labor unit price you gave me only included the cost of the 2 centimeter thick mortar bonding layer. For the extra material and labor costs, will your project department recognize the costs for us? Otherwise, the work will be done. Finally, where is the basis? Zhang Yunqing asked, Boss Xia, do you know who made the base concrete below? Xia Hoyue replied, Mr. Zhang, I don't know. All I know is that it was definitely not my fault at the grassroots level. Su Kun explained, the scope of this location has been redetermined in the past few days. The general contractor originally made the base layer and asked us to lay the granite surface. Yu Dongjin replied, if that's the case, it would be simple. Apply for the visa for the next one, and then apply for the visa for the upper one. Xia Hoyue thanked him, thank you Yu Gong, I feel relieved after signing this. Su Kun arranged, this is a normal visa. You have to arrange for someone to quickly form a written visa information and come to our relevant people to sign and confirm. Pay attention to the photos and keep them in a safe place. There must be photos of the thickness of the steel tape. Xia Hoyue replied, okay, I will bring it to you tomorrow. I also have some relatively piecemeal tasks that we have arranged for us to implement. Some of them require some work, and some of them are implemented in other people's areas and are not available for processing at the moment, so we have to deal with them. How to fix this? Zhang Yunqing replied, Boss Xia, as long as the situation is true, you can just apply for the visa according to the actual report. Xia Hoyue replied, okay, thank you. I'll apply for a visa together tomorrow. Su Kun asked, Boss Xia, do you have any other questions here? Xia Hoyue replied, no more for now. The three people continued walking forward and came to a pavilion. Bian Jinjia, the owner of the garden construction team, stood up on a bench in the pavilion and said, hello, three leaders, thank you for your hard work. Sit here for a while. I just have a little problem here and I hope the leaders can help me. The three people each found a seat in the pavilion and sat down. Su Kun said, Boss Bian, if anything happens, just tell me. Bian Jinjia replied, okay. Manager Su. There are several entrances and exits to the construction site in my construction area. Generally, the ground at the entrances and exits is hardened. Since leaders of this project often come to inspect the work, they need to be cleaned once every time they come, and the nearby earthwork must be covered. I can still afford the occasional 1 or 2 charges, and I don't need to complain to you. This kind of thing has been happening more and more recently, and the costs incurred are already very high. I was just doing a little bit of labor, but it was really too much to bear. Today, all three of you leaders are here to see if you can help solve this problem. Yu Dongjin replied, we all know that the leader's inspection requires production expenses. But Manager Su, can you get the corresponding visa back? Su Kun replied, this type is more difficult. Jingchuang Group clearly mentioned it to us. They knew that there would be expenses and asked us to record it, but they could not recognize it in this form. Therefore, it is a bit difficult to impose such a requirement that the superiors and the subordinates must correspond. Yu Dongjin asked, Mr. Zhang, what should we do in a situation like his? Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then replied, this is also in line with the facts and a common problem. Everyone must understand each other. What should I do with my visa? We also record the form in which we handled the above expenses, so that the company can easily check and explain when reviewing the settlement in the future. Su Kun said, Boss Bian, even if your problem is solved, you will see the written visa later. Zhang Yunqing emphasized by the way, later, Yu Dongjin will inform in the QQ group that all suppliers' visas must be reported in time. According to the contract, the time limit is a few days. Overdue visas will not be recognized. Yu Dongjin nodded and said, okay. I will send this notice after I return to the project department office. Su Kun asked, Boss Bian, is this the only problem you have here? Bian Jinjia replied, in the past few days, those who are building big trees, building earthwork, and turning stones have damaged some completed projects for us. In this case, should we apply for a visa? Otherwise, the loss is quite big. Zhang Yunqing replied, with such a rush for work now, these cross-construction projects will inevitably cause damage to each other. On this point, production manager Su must work harder and try his best to make reasonable arrangements. One is to reduce these damages. The second one is to ask the teams entering the construction site later to pay attention to the specific operation methods. The principle is to avoid large-scale damage, and do as little damage as possible. If damage is truly unavoidable, in principle the unit that caused the damage will be required to compensate. Of course, if some things fall short of such ideals, we can discuss it and apply for some visas for Boss Bien and others to make up for his losses. But the company is very disgusted with this kind of visa, so Boss Bien, you should keep a calm mind. As long as it can help you reduce your losses, it may only be enough for you to recover the cost. Don't even think about making more profits in this special situation, or even digging out a golden doll with a hoe. In this case, if everyone seeks a reasonable balance, everyone's work will be easier to do, and the company will naturally not make things difficult for you. Bien Jinjia replied, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I have been doing projects for decades. I know where to ask for more money and where to stop. I won't cause any trouble to you. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, as long as everyone understands each other. Bien Jinjia asked again, there is also some planting soil in the tree pond, which was added after our garden construction built the tree pond. If we pay a few yuan per person for labor service, we will lose money. Zhang Yunqing asked Su Kun, how did you consider the situation he mentioned in production? Su Kun replied, we don't have a good way at the moment. We just record the actual number of labors used. Bien Jinjia replied, it's just that this record keeping is a bit deceptive. For example, obviously I used 10 workers to turn the soil. We paid the workers 120 yuan per day. Your contract gave us 80 yuan per day. Each worker is counted as a loss. Yu Dongjin said, the problem mentioned by Boss Bien is indeed a problem. Mr. Zhang, please see if you can solve it by expanding his work quantity according to the method of keeping the total price unchanged. Zhang Yunqing replied, for this matter, when you count the work, you should count the actual number. When you apply for the visa after counting, the actual number of working days for the visa will be calculated as 1.5 hours per job. Don't try too hard to lose the labor team in these matters, otherwise no one will be able to make money in the future, and who will come to do our labor work again. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, let's solve Boss Bien's time recording problem like this. After the three people discussed with the Bien Jin family, they walked around other places on the construction site. I found that there are some places on site where I can apply for a visa. For example, the length of the surrounding construction fence is very long, which requires a visa. Due to rush for work arrangements, some processes are reversed, which increases the cost of secondary transportation, which also requires a visa. In some places, the construction has already been done, and the surface materials are already on the way. Once the paper is changed, it will be invalid. These also need to be processed for visas, etc. Zhang Yunqing and Yu Dongjin returned to the office of the project department together, and asked Yu Dongjin to think of a way to see how to apply for the matching visa, and to find time to discuss it again. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office dizzy and said, Mr. Zhao, are you free? If so, make some tea. Zhao Manfu walked to the sofa and sat down to boil water for tea, and asked by the way, what's wrong? You are not in good spirits. Zhang Yunqing said, let's talk about the simple ones first. Wang Ming has been asked to prepare the first draft of the material valuation declaration form the day after tomorrow. I plan to meet with the second, third bidders in person tomorrow to discuss the material valuation declaration form the day after tomorrow. The work on the estimated output value for next month has already been arranged. After we can get a preliminary result in these 2 or 3 days, we will discuss it with Zhou Wenqing and produce a matching result document. Zhao Manfu asked, have you discussed the estimated output value with the second and third bidders? Zhang Yunqing replied, their manpower is not as comprehensive as ours. What I want to do is to take care of the urgent and important things first. This progress payment matter, whether it is more or less, will not affect the settlement result, but the price recognition will seriously affect the settlement result. So, if we don't have time, we can just report our own first. Zhao Manfu replied, your idea is okay, let's leave it as it is for now. When it's finally time to hand it over, there's still time to discuss it. Zhang Yunqing replied, when I arrive, I will give it to Mr. Jingchuang Tao first and see if he wants a detailed list or a total number. It will be easier if he only wants the total number. Zhao Manfu replied, if you have this idea, you should report and influence it according to this idea. Maybe the other party will agree. Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, okay, I can try it then. Zhao Manfu asked, are we done talking about the simple ones and are we going to talk about the complicated ones? Zhang Yunqing agreed, yes, this afternoon Yu Danjun, and Su Kuan went to the construction site together for a long time. All kinds of problems appear to be complicated. We have met with the bosses of each supplier team at the site. We briefly discussed some of their recent matters that required visas and settled on the principles for handling them. Later, they will just arrange the written visa procedures. However, I estimate that the visa application alone cannot be sorted out in just a few days. Zhao Manfu asked, the visa for the lower one will not be processed for a few days, but what about the visa for the upper one? Doesn't it seem a bit far away? Zhang Yunqing sighed and replied, yes, the thing that worries me most about this project now is the visa application. Zhao Manfu asked, how about inviting Zhou Wenqing to come over and discuss it? Zhang Yunqing replied, I don't know how to discuss this situation with him. There is no good solution. Zhao Manfu replied, it doesn't matter. I'll call him over to ask for his opinion. When we don't have any ideas ourselves, we can also choose to listen to other people's opinions. What's more, he is the project manager in this matter. It's the one who's responsible. Recommended, the reading app 1M using recently, Chanyuan Artifact app, has many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and found Zhou Wenqing's number in the address book and dialed it. Is it in the project department? Exist. If you're here, come to my office. Okay, I'll be right away. Zhou Wenqing came to Zhao Manfu's office, and after sitting down next to Zhang Yunqing, Zhao Manfu handed Zhou Wenqing a cup of tea. Zhao Manfu said, I called you here because I wanted to ask you about the visa processing status of our project. Do you know? Zhou Wenqing replied, I know a little bit. Zhao Manfu asked, then do you think there are any difficulties now? Zhou Wenqing replied, there are difficulties, and general difficulties can be overcome by finding ways. The biggest difficulty now is that suppliers, us, general contractors, supervisors, and Jingchuang are all working during this emergency rush period. When it is impossible to increase the number of personnel, there are so many things and a serious shortage of manpower. Question. In this case, it will not only be difficult to process the visa for the upper one, but also the visa for the lower one, and there will also be other processing of the upper and lower work, which will invisibly increase the difficulty. Zhao Manfu replied, I know this. What I want to ask you is, if Jingchuang Group finally agrees to us applying for a visa, is there any way for us to apply for the matching visa in a timely manner? Zhou Wenqing replied, we have to work and apply for these visa documents, and if we don't get it done well for our subordinates, it will also affect the visas we apply for our superiors. This is indeed quite time-consuming. Moreover, the visa we are currently applying for does not just require us to write it ourselves, but it also needs to be reviewed and approved by the supervision, cost, and Jingchuang before it can be counted. Zhao Manfu reminded, what I want to know is the time, when can I report out? Zhou Wenqing replied, there is no way to be sure, everyone is operating at overload. Zhang Yunqing felt uncomfortable after hearing this situation, so he said, let me make a suggestion and see if it works. Zhao Manfu replied, you tell me. Zhang Yunqing said, I suggest that we apply for the corresponding visas in batches. In this case, we don't have to worry about missing a visa. If you find anything missing later, you can add it again, leaving the visa number blank first. In this case, it is necessary to communicate with Tao from the Supervision, Cost and Construction Agency Jingchuang. Zhou Wenqing replied, "That's okay, just take the visas that are easy to form and reach an agreement for now and go through the approval process first, and put the other controversial ones later, together with the new visas or missing visas in the future. Handle. It is better to solve a problem one by one than to not solve it at all after finishing the work." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, I mean the same thing, but I don't say it as clearly as you do." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, this solution is feasible. You two must remember to arrange it for Yu Dongjin and Su Kuan in time and ask them to implement this matter together." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Yes, I will find time to arrange it with Su Kuan." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I will go back to the office to make arrangements now. I will contact the surrounding units to confirm another day. There is another question. Tomorrow we will discuss the price of seedlings with the second and third bidders. Do you two want to attend the discussion?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "You can judge these things, and I won't waste time on them." Zhao Manfu also replied, "You can take the lead in handling it yourself. When the time comes, you can deliver results that are satisfactory to all three families." Zhang Yunqing nodded and replied, "Okay." Then he left Zhao Manfu's office and walked to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at the office, he said, "You two, please come over now for a short meeting." Li Shixuan and Yu Dongjin took their notebooks with them, came to Zhang Yunqing's desk, and found a chair to sit down. Zhang Yunqing said, "Just now, I discussed it with Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao. A unanimous opinion was reached on the visa processing of this pair. That is, for the time being, sort out the matching visas that have been completed or those that will be compiled soon, and attach the budget. Report in batches. Our principle is to solve one problem at a time, and we must not delay processing all visas until after the project is completed. That outcome is too bad for us, and we must work hard to avoid this most unfavorable situation." Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay, I've written it down." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Since this solution to the visa application may cause some errors and omissions, the number of the visa form should be left blank for the time being. After the project is completed, a unified number of the visa form will be compiled." Yu Dongjin asked, "If this is the case, will the review units like the owners and supervisors agree?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I may not agree. I will go to their relevant people to discuss and confirm." Yu Dongjin replied, "Well, we will be responsible for preparing the project and attaching the budget." Zhang Yunqing replied, "The project also needs to implement the issue of signing the visa form. In principle, if the production people are doing the liaison, they should still go to the relevant people to sign." Li Shixuan asked, "How can I help with this matter?" Yu Dongjin replied, "I estimate that although the application has been processed in installments, the number of visas will not be too small. When the time comes, I will need your help in preparing a budget attached to the visa form." Li Shixuan replied, "Okay, just assign it to me." Zhang Yunqing asked again, "Shaoli, when will the project volume of your estimated output value for next month be completed?" "Send it to Yu Dongjin as soon as possible. Today, Mr. Zhao is urging me about this matter again." Li Shixuan replied, "The main project quantities have been extracted, and there are still some sporadic quantities that have not been extracted. Sister Yu, would you like to send you the extracted project quantities first?" Yu Dongjin replied, "If you finish all the suggestions, can you finish it if you work overtime tonight?" Li Shixuan thought for a while and replied, "Yes, no matter how many times, I will definitely submit the project quantity data and send it to your QQ tonight." Yu Dongjin replied, "After the extraction is completed, send it to me." Li Shixuan replied, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing asked, "You two, do you have anything else?" Both said they were fine. Zhang Yunqing arranged, "Okay, if nothing happens, that's it. Everyone should pay close attention to what they are doing. The meeting adjourned. After Li Shixuan and Yu Dongjin left, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked up Director Huang Yuendong's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Hello, Mr. Huang, is it convenient for you to speak?" Huang Yuendong's voice came from the phone's microphone. "Conveniently, Mr. Zhang, what do you want from me?" Zhang Yunqing reported, "After sorting out the visa issues that occurred in our first bidding section, we found that there are quite a lot, and it is expected that more will happen in the future. Originally, I wanted to get all the visas together and then submit them, but now it seems that this idea is difficult to achieve. After discussion with the project department, we wanted to apply for visas in installments and in batches. In order to avoid missing applications in the future and making it difficult to deal with problems, we wanted to leave the number on the visa form blank and not fill it out for the time being. I would like to ask you, is it okay to do this?" Huang Yuandong replied on the phone, "Mr. Zhang, it would be a bit difficult to handle this matter this way. As you know, the visa form requires a serial number, and the number must be written consecutively, just to avoid problems." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I know this requirement and I understand it. However, with the current situation of our project, I estimate it would be quite difficult if we were all tired and did it together. If we submit reports for review in stages and batches now, you can keep a record of it. As long as there are no repeated declarations, there will be no big problem. When the project is almost completed, everything will be reorganized and each visa form will be assigned a unified number according to a certain classification. I think there is no big risk if handled this way. Therefore, I also hope that Mr. Huang will support his work more." Huang Yuan replied on the phone, "Mr. Zhang, do you think this is okay? First, I do not object to your current approach. Secondly, I cannot agree to the approach you adopt without authorization. Third, I suggest you find Mr. Tao, the cost manager of Jingchuan Group. If Mr. Tao understands your approach, if it's not right, I will just be a favor that goes along with the flow." Zhang Yunqing replied happily, "Okay, thank you Mr. Huang for your advice. I'll find Mr. Tao." After Zhang Yunqing thought for a while, he decided to call Ding Xiaohe from the cost consulting unit first. After the call was connected, he asked, "Hello, Mr. Ding, when are you coming to Nanshan?" Ding Xiaohe replied on the phone, "There is no specific time arrangement yet. What do you want from me?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It turns out that Jingchuan Group did not agree to sign the visa form for the Nanshan project, but only agreed to record it first. After we left your company last time, Jingchuan Group organized a special meeting on emergency work on landscape construction. At this meeting, they agreed to go through the written signature procedures for the visas that had already occurred. The problem we are encountering now is that the visa situation is relatively complicated and the visa needs to be reported in installments and batches. In this case, the number on the visa form needs to be left blank and not filled in for the time being. I am calling you because I want to ask if your cost consulting unit agrees with this approach." Ding Xiaohe replied on the phone, "If your number is empty, it will have no impact on our cost, so I think it would be better if the number is filled in." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I understand. Thank you Ding Gong. Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing waited for Ding Xiaohe to hang up, he looked up Tao Ting's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone and dialed it. There was a busy tone from the phone. I waited for about 10 minutes and called again, but the line was still busy. Zhang Yunqing said to himself, "Oh, the phone has become a hotline." Zhang Yunqing thought for a while, got up and walked to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu saw Zhang Yunqing and said, "Yunqing, sit down and chat." Zhang Yunqing sat down and said, "The work you arranged just now has been assigned to Yu Dongjin and Li Shixuan. I told Supervisor Huang Yuandong about the empty visa number. Mr. Huang gave a couple of words. He would not make the decision, as long as Mr. Tao agreed. The cost unit's opinion was that leaving it empty would not affect her, but of course it would be better if it were filled in." Zhao Manfu asked, "Well, What about the most important opinion of Mr. Tao? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Tao's phone number is like a hotline. I have called twice and still can't get through. Zhao Manfu asked, didn't he answer your call? Zhang Yunqing replied, no, it was not connected, her mobile phone was always busy. Therefore, I will take this opportunity to come to your office and report to you on the progress of the work just now. Zhao Manfu said, oh, and said, okay, thank you for your hard work and you can give her a beating later. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhao Manfu asked, have you done what I asked you to hand over the specific business work? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have been gradually handing over work. In Yu Dongjin's current state, we cannot hand over too much work to her at once. Zhao Manfu asked, why? Zhang Yunqing replied, because our project business manager is not a budget manager as I originally understood. Due to the company's operating mechanism, this position involves a lot of management and financial requirements. So take your time. I have already told Yu Dongjin that the work of declaring the price will not be handed over to her for the time being, and other matters can be handed over to her gradually. The estimated time we are currently discussing is to complete the complete handover within 2 months. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, 2 months is a limit time, and it cannot be longer. Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, has been urging me to take over the management of the Cheongshan Bowen project. Zhang Yunqing replied, increasing project management is a good thing. What are you afraid of? Zhao Manfu explained, you don't understand, he wants me to live in the project department over there. What I said is that we have to stay here for at least a month to ensure that there is no problem with the rush for work here. I'm thinking that after I pass, I will give you a buffer time of 1 month at most, and then I will transfer you to live there. Do you understand now why I have to rush you? Zhang Yunqing replied, I understand. I will hand over the work here smoothly, don't worry. It's time for me to call Mr. Tao again. Zhao Manfu replied, you can fight. Zhang Yunqing took out his cell phone and looked up Tao Ting's cell phone number. He dialed it and it rang for a long time. Finally he got through, hi, Mr. Tao, your phone number has been turned into a hotline today. It's so difficult to call. Tao Ting chuckled on the phone, that's right, basically the line has never been disconnected. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Zhang Yunqing replied, our company has encountered some problems with visa processing. We need to apply for visas in installments and batches, and the number of the visa form needs to be left blank for the time being. Later, when the project is almost completed, we will fill it all in by hand. I need to check with you to confirm if it works. Tao Ting asked on the phone, then it won't work if you ask me directly first. Have you asked the supervisor and the cost for his opinion? Advertise, source changing artifact app, is really good, it's worth installing, and it's even supported by Android and Apple phones. Zhang Yunqing replied, I asked. The supervisor's opinion is that I don't object or agree. Let me ask for your opinion. Just agree with it. I also asked Ding for her opinion on the cost. She said more simply. Whether or not there is a serial number will not affect the calculation of the cost. She can fill it in or not. Is it more Buddhist? Tao Ting smiled and said, it is indeed more Buddhist. But the supervisor is quite slippery. Zhang Yunqing replied, the industries are all the same, and there is nothing special about it. I just wait for your word. If you agree, I can apply for a visa first. In this way, I can at least temporarily alleviate the difficulty in arranging jobs. Tao Ting replied, okay, then I will do it according to your opinion. Later, you must remember to complete the visa number to ensure that the number is not repeated, and the content of the visa cannot be repeated. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Tao, don't worry, this is a basic skill and you can definitely do it. Tao Ting said on the phone, okay, that's it, the leader is calling me. Bye. Zhang Yunqing waited for Tao Ting to hang up the phone and said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Tao agreed to process our visas in installments, and the number on the visa form is temporarily vacant. Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, I'll call the supervisor right away and confirm this matter first." Zhang Yunqing nodded, found the phone number of Director Huang Yuandong in the address book of his mobile phone, dialed it and said, "Mr. Huang, let me give you her opinion after meeting with Mr. Tao." Huang Yuandong replied, "Mr. Zhang, what is Mr. Tao's final opinion?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "After careful communication with Mr. Tao, she asked for your supervisor's opinion, and also asked for the opinion of the cost consulting unit. Finally, based on everyone's opinions, she agreed that our Western construction visas should be issued in phases. I came to apply for it and agreed that the number on the visa form was temporarily empty. At the same time, she also made a request, that is, the number on the visa form must be filled in at the end, and the number must be unique and non-repeating. Of course, the content of the visa must not be repeated. I have assured Mr. Tao that these repeated situations will not occur. Here, I would like to promise you again, Mr. Huang. Do you think we can arrange this?" Huang Yuandong reluctantly replied on the phone, "Okay. Let's do it this way." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you Mr. Huang for your support. Bye." After Huang Yuandong ended the call, Zhang Yunqing gave Zhao Manfu an "okay" gesture. Zhao Manfu asked, "Why, Supervisor Huang also agrees with our opinion?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes. But he agreed reluctantly. Will there be any sequelae?" Zhao Manfu replied, "There are no sequelae. You are making things complicated. At most, he is just a little worried, but after all, Jingchuan Group has agreed, and this matter does not affect the amount, but he is a little more flexible when doing things. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it." Zhang Yunqing replied, "As long as there is no problem." In a blink of an eye, it was time for the three units to discuss the seedling price declaration form. Zhuang Jiren and Yu Linfei came in person. Zhang Yunqing also called Yu Xingjie to purchase seedlings. The four of them discussed how to adjust the seedling price declaration form. Zhang Yunqing said, "Yu Gong, this is Mr. Zhuang, and this is Mr. Yu. These two are the seedling purchasers for our project. Have you all known each other before?" All three said they had known each other before, but they had no business dealings and were not very familiar with each other. Zhang Yunqing continued, "With so many varieties, how can we check them one by one?" Yu Xingjie said, "We estimate that we have the most varieties and specifications. I will read one, and Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu will find one. If you have different opinions, we will adjust it." Yu Xingjie looked at the printing paper in his hand and read, "Xiaoye Rong, we are going to quote 1,700 yuan per plant." Zhuang Jiren said, "No." Yu Linfei said, "We quoted 3,000. Zhang Yunqing asked, "What are your costs, and why are there such big discrepancies?" Yu Linfei replied, "The cost is 1,500 yuan per plant, what is your cost?" Yu Xingjie said nothing. Zhang Yunqing asked, "Yu Gong, why don't you tell me?" After Yu Xingjie called Zhang Yunqing out of the office, he said, "Mr. Zhang, our cost is 900 yuan per plant. I just saw that the diameter and specifications of the small leaf figs from our two families are exactly the same, and I saw them on site. The quality of their small leaf fig seedlings is no better than ours." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Then, what do you want to say?" Yu Xingjie replied, "What I want to say is that their costs are too different from our costs. If we tell them, will there be any problems?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I don't think we have to worry about this. I have seen your seedling purchase list. In fact, it is the seedlings you purchased yourself. The exact same seedlings may be purchased at different prices because they are in different batches. Our purpose is to ensure the mutually recognized interests of the three units. At this time, if the cost data is very different, we will check the cost. If the difference is not big, we will not ask them about the cost. If they ask us, we can also make it clear. Just don't talk about it. What do you think? Yu Xingjie replied, it's up to you. After discussing it, the two returned to the venue. Yu Xingjie said, our cost is 900 yuan per plant, so if your quotation is 3,000 yuan per plant, it is too high and it will not be easy to get approval. Could you please quote a slightly lower price? Do you think that's okay? Yu Linfei thought with a gloomy face for a while and then said, then tentatively set a price of 2,000 yuan per plant. After we go through it and form a first draft, each company will calculate its own data and then determine the final quotation. See if it works. Yu Xingjie replied, I think it's okay, Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Yunqing replied, I think it's okay too. Mr. Zhuang, what's your opinion? Zhuang Jiren spread his hands and said, I don't have this variety here. These things are not easy to discuss, so I will keep silent. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, let's check a few more and come up with a pricing principle and it will be easy to handle. Yu Gong, you continue to read the next variety. Yu Xingjie continued to read, we quote a price of 4,000 yuan per plant for sugar gum trees. Zhuang Jiren replied, we offer sugar gum trees at 5,000 yuan each. Yu Linfei replied, we offer sugar gum trees at 4,500 yuan each. Zhuang Jiren replied, the price I quoted is a little higher. How about using Mr. Yu's 4,500 yuan? Yu Xingjie replied, okay. I will note this 4,500 on the side. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Traveler Banana D, we quote 800 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, we offer Traveler Banana D at 900 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, we offer Traveler Banana D at 700 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for Traveler's Banana, can we give you a unified quotation of 800 yuan per plant? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Bawang Palm A, we quote 16,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, Bawang Palm A, we quote 14,500 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, Bawang Palm A, we quote 18,000 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for Palm A, I would like to quote a unified price of 16,000 yuan per plant, okay? Zhuang Jiren replied, I don't have much, so it's not a big problem. Yu Linfei replied, the quantity for my bidding section is quite large. Can you quote a slightly higher price? How about 18,000 yuan per plant? Yu Xingjie replied, Mr. Zhang, please help me make a judgment. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, let's pay Mr. Yu's 18,000 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Canadian date palm D, we quote 3,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, Canadian date palm D, we quote 2,500 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, Canadian date palm D, we quote 2,300 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, can we offer a unified price of 2,500 yuan per plant for Canadian date palm D? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, betel nut, we quote 550 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, betel nut, we quote 400 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, betel nut, we quote 500 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, can we quote a unified price of 500 yuan per betel nut? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, triangular coconut D, we quote 800 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, triangle coconut D, we quote 700 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, triangle coconut D, we quote 750 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, can we offer a unified price of 750 yuan per plant for triangular coconut D? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Middle East date palm D, we quote 8,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Jiren replied, for Middle Eastern date palm D, we quote 7,900 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, Middle East date palm D, we quote 8,100 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for the Middle Eastern date palm D, the unified quotation is 8,100 yuan per plant, is that okay? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Microphylla ficus D, we quote 6,500 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, Microphylla D, we quote 7,000 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, Microphylla D, we quote 7,500 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for small-leafed ficus D, can we quote a unified price of 7,500 yuan per plant? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued, Washington brown, we quote 3,500 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, Washington palm, we quote 3,000 yuan per plant, DM. Yu Linfei replied, Washington palm, we quote 3,000 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, Washington palm, can we quote a unified price of 3,000 yuan per plant? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued, oil palm, we quote 8,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, oil palm, we quote 7,000 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, oil palm, we quote 6,000 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, the price of oil palm is 8,000 yuan per plant. We have a lot of varieties, is that okay? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, sugar palm, we quote 30,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, sugar palm, we quote 25,000 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, sugar palm, we quote 26,000 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for sugar palm, how much is the unified price per plant? Zhuang Zhiren replied, this amount is quite large for me. I don't dare to quote too high. I recommend 25,000 yuan. Yu Linfei replied, this quantity is quite large for me. I agree with Mr. Zhuang's suggestion and quote 25,000 yuan per plant. Zhang Yunqing asked, Yu Gong, do we have many sugar palm plants? Yu Xingjie replied, we only have 3 plants in the entire site. Zhang Yunqing replied, oh, then this matter is simple. Let's quote 25,000 per plant according to the suggestions of Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu. Yu Xingjie replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, mango, we quote 1,200 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, mangoes, we quote 1,000 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, mangoes, we quote 800 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, can we quote a unified price of 1,000 yuan per mango plant? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, red palm, we quote 1,100 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, red palm, we quote 1,100 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, red palm, we quote 1,300 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, can we offer a unified price of 1,200 yuan per red palm plant? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, Poinciana D, we quote 6,500 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren replied, Poinciana D, we quote 6,200 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, Poinciana D, we quote 6,300 yuan per plant. Yu Xingjie replied, for Poinciana D, the unified quotation is 6,300 yuan per plant, is that okay? Zhuang Zhiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, coconut tree D, we quote 1,100 yuan per tree. Zhuang Zhiren replied, coconut tree D, we quote 980 yuan per tree. Yu Linfei replied, coconut tree D, we quote 960 yuan per tree. Yu Xingjie replied, coconut tree D, the unified price is 980 yuan per tree, is that okay? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Yu Xingjie continued to read, for pink-flowered campanula trees, we offer 900 yuan per tree. Zhuang Jiren replied, we offer 950 yuan for each pink-flowered campanula tree. Yu Linfei replied, we offer 910 yuan for the pink-flowered campanula tree. Yu Xingjie replied, is it okay to quote a unified price of 910 yuan per tree for pink-flowered campanula trees? Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. Yu Linfei replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing looked at everyone and asked, we have so many seedling lists. If we talk to each other one by one like now, it will probably take a day to check, and we may not be able to complete it. Zhuang Jiren replied, Mr. Zhang, this can only be correct one by one, otherwise it will just be a comparison table without clarifying the reasons. Moreover, some of our quotations are consistent or close, and the cost unit prices of these varieties are estimated to be similar. However, some of our quotations are very different. In fact, after checking, our costs are also very different. I think after checking this, all three of us should pay attention to our costs. There must be some that are too expensive for us, and there must be some that are too expensive for you. So for these expensive varieties, can we renegotiate with our own suppliers and reduce our costs again? Yu Linfei replied in agreement, well, I think Mr. Zhuang is right. Let's go to the core one by one. Yu Xingjie said, okay, let's continue checking and leave. The bright sunshine during the day has gradually disappeared, and wisps of white moonlight shine into the office and shine on the walls of the office. The four people are still in the office of the Ministry of Commerce, concentrating on discussing the quotation data of the seedling list. Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Yu, and Gong Yu, we spent a day today and finally discussed the data for the matching seedling identification form. However, based on the experience of past quotations, the overall quotation will be ridiculously high, and it will be difficult to get full recognition in future reviews. I have come up with an idea for your reference and discussion. Zhuang Jiren replied, Mr. Zhang, you tell me. Zhang Yunqing continued, after each of us goes back, before 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will upload the adjusted quotation into the spreadsheet and calculate the gross profit margin of our quotation. Each family will control its own quotation. Total quote. In this case, there will be some price quotations for some seedlings that will be lowered based on today's discussion. The price reduction information of the three of us will be shared, and then these lowered prices will be discussed, and finally the three of us will form a matching price for the seedlings. Subscription Declaration Form. Zhuang Jiren replied, I agree with Mr. Zhang's suggestion. Yu Linfei replied, I agree too. Yu Xingjie replied, tomorrow, Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu, whoever is counting and adjusting the quotation data, please contact me directly to confirm. I wrote my phone number on a piece of paper and gave it to each of you two bosses. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, I'll call you right away. Please save my number as well. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, Mr. Zhuang, I have saved your phone number. Yu Linfei said, this piece of paper is very easy to drop. I called you too. Please save my number, too. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, I saw it. Mr. Yu, I have saved your phone number. Zhang Yunqing asked again, during the verification process today, a small part of the cost data was corrected. Is it necessary to check every cost data again? Yu Xingjie agreed, we have been doing this for a day. If we check the total cost again, I don't know how long it will take. I don't care. You see, Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu are already yawning non-stop and are quite tired. My suggestion is that the three of us come down today and each digest our own cost data. We need the support of the other party to provide negotiable prices and then renegotiate. Yu Linfei replied, I think what Yu Gong said makes sense, so let's leave it as it is. We can't just hand over all the money-making items to others, we still have to let them make some money. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, that's it for today. 5599 novel. Zhang Yunqing replied, 2 bosses. Tomorrow we still need to check the price declaration form for the materials. I think if your data comes out, you can send it to me. I will compare the data of the 3 companies, and then make a suggestion and quote, and send it to everyone for reference. I will just use the table to speak. In that case, it will be slightly more flexible than today's method. Yu Linfei replied, yes, I may not be able to come out with data tomorrow. Zhuang Jiren replied, I asked about it last night, and my estimate is that it will be the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Zhang Yunqing replied, then let's unify the day after tomorrow. We can't delay any more time. Yu Linfei replied, if you want it, it's settled. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay, the data will be released the day after tomorrow. Yu Xingjie packed up the materials and left the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Yu Linfei also left the Ministry of Commerce office after packing up the information. Seeing that Li Xishuan and Yu Dongjin were working overtime in the Ministry of Commerce office, Zhuang Jiren whispered to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, come out and let's have a few words. Zhang Yunqing followed Zhuang Jiren out of the office and walked to a relatively remote and hidden place. After Zhuang Jiren saw that there was no one around, he still spoke to Zhang Yunqing in a relatively low voice, Mr. Zhang, I checked the sapling price declaration form today. You have also personally seen that the cost and price deviation of some seedlings is quite ridiculous. I also don't understand the price of this seedling. When I go back, I will definitely find out why it was so expensive. These expensive purchases are actually my money lost. So I will simply change some seedling suppliers. Then you have to help me and provide me with information about suitable suppliers. Zhang Yunqing replied, as long as it does not affect the interests of our company, there will be no problem. Zhuang Jiren replied, provide me with suitable supplier information, which will make your supplier more profitable and the supplier more stable. It will not harm the interests of your company. Zhang Yunqing replied, you go back and sort it out. If you really need it, we can talk about it later. Zhuang Jiren replied, okay. And Mr. Zhang, one thing you need to pay attention to is that Mr. Yu and Yu Gong all work for the company, so when you leave the meeting, you need to check the costs of the 3 companies again. The essence of this is that it may affect some of their interests. Therefore, both of them found a reason to leave quickly. I guess they were afraid that you would bring it up again and it would be difficult to deal with it. Zhang Yunqing replied, the 2 of them are part-time workers. In fact, I am also a part-time worker. Why do I want the costs to be reduced, but they may not want the costs to be reduced? Why am I confused? Zhuang Jiren replied, are you pretending to be stupid or are you really stupid? If you really don't understand something, you can also try to discuss it with someone you think is trustworthy. Zhang Yunqing replied, I just came to this project department, and I don't have anyone I'm very familiar with. At most, I just ask the leader. Zhuang Jiren replied, this is a very sensitive question. Don't ask irrelevant people. Zhuang Jiren had already said goodbye and left, but his words continued to ring in Zhang Yunqing's ears, this is a very sensitive question, so don't ask irrelevant people. This is a very sensitive issue, so don't ask irrelevant people. This is a very sensitive issue, so don't ask irrelevant people. Zhang Yunqing walked around on the road many times. He thought that although this issue was sensitive, it was also critical. After all, the company's major interests were in it. Of course, it couldn't be controlled if it was unknown. It has been checked out today. It seems wrong not to report to the leader yet. After much thought, Zhang Yunqing decided to report to Zhao Manfu. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office door and knocked on the door. After hearing, please come in, he opened the door and entered. Zhang Yunqing asked anxiously, Mr. Zhao, do you have time? There are some difficult things that I would like to report to you. Zhao Manfu replied, I'm getting ready to get off work. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Yunqinghui reported, a few of us spent the whole day today to discuss the corresponding price declaration data of seedlings and form a first draft. Tomorrow morning, there will be individual reported unit prices and we will discuss them more and form a result document. Regarding the price declaration form for the materials, both of them said they would not be able to get it out tomorrow and had agreed to discuss it the day after tomorrow. Zhao Manfu replied, thank you for your hard work. You are almost done with this matter, what else is difficult? Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, when we checked the above declared prices, the difference in the quotations of some individual varieties was quite large, and the highest recommended quotation was even 2 or 3 times higher than the lowest recommended quotation. Zhao Manfu asked with some interest, what is the reason for this? Zhang Yunqing replied, the main reason for these big differences is that the procurement cost prices of our 3 units are several times different. Zhao Manfu asked, how many times the cost price difference? Does that mean that ours is more expensive, and theirs is cheaper? Especially Mr. Zhuang's. Zhang Yunqing replied, things are more complicated. All 3 units are too expensive. Finally, Mr. Zhuang waited for everyone to finish the business, then pulled me aside to communicate with me. Zhao Manfu asked, what did Mr. Zhuang say? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhuang said that after checking the cost of several typical seedlings today, he can definitely say that his cost was overpriced. He will go back and inquire carefully. He will probably change the supplier of seedlings and ask me to provide him with information about our corresponding supplier with a low price. Zhao Manfu replied, is it so serious? Have you given him a supplier? Zhang Yunqing replied, I understand that our own supplier information cannot be easily given to other companies. So I suggested that he only disclose it when he really needs it. Zhao Manfu replied, this is a good answer. It neither gave information nor offended anyone. Zhang Yunqing replied, when the meeting ended, I asked the 3 companies to work harder and check all the costs again. However, Mr. Yu found reasons to disagree, and Yu Gong also found reasons to disagree. Both of them chose to leave the conference room quickly. Tomorrow I will ask Mr. Yu to check out today and calculate the data on how much our costs are higher, and then report to you to see what we should do. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, show me the data tomorrow when you have it. We must try our best to save costs for the company. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then I will go back to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. There are 2 people working overtime there. Zhao Manfu replied, yes, you can tell everyone that it is okay to work overtime. Increase your efficiency during the day and work less overtime at night. It is not good for your health. Peerless Tangmen. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. After returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin, did Xiao Li submit the project quantity data for next month's expected output value to you last night? Yu Dongjin agreed, Xiao Li worked overtime until after 2 o'clock last night. Sent me offline files on QQ. Zhang Yunqing praised Li Xishuan, thank you, Xiao Li, for working overtime for so long. Just now, Mr. Zhao reminded me, let me tell you, don't work overtime for too long at night. You must improve your work efficiency during the day and try to work as little overtime as possible. Working overtime and staying up late is very harmful to the body. Li Xishuan replied, I am young now and my technical level is not good enough. I have to work overtime to make up for it. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the task on time. Yu Dongjin smiled and said, oh, Xiao Li, you still talk in one way, do you have a routine? Li Xishuan replied, I don't have any tricks. I just told the truth casually. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin again, Xiao Li gave you the information, when can you calculate the corresponding output value? Yu Dongjin asked, when do you think I can hand it over to you? Zhang Yunqing replied, if there is nothing to delay, I'll do it tomorrow afternoon. Yu Dongjin smiled and said, What if I told you that I can give it to you later today? Zhang Yunqing praised in surprise. Oh, it was so fast this time. Yu Donjin replied, of course, Xiaoli and I have been working together all day today and are doing the final inspection. If there are no problems after the inspection, we will have the data together. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Please hurry up, I will talk to Mr. Zhao and ask him to wait for us. Yu Donjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing quickly came to Zhao Manfu's office and said, Mr. Zhao, I just returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Yu Donjin told me that she was checking the quota application data of the expected output value. Results will be available soon. Haven't you been urging me to get this result file? Otherwise, you can get off work later, and we can discuss it before leaving tonight. Zhao Manfu replied, are you Zhou Poppy? You don't even look at what time it is now. Look, it's already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and it's almost 12 o'clock in the evening. You won't let me get off work yet. And make me wait. Don't you check the results they come out with first? Zhang Yunqing replied sheepishly, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I only considered that you are in a hurry, but I didn't consider that it is too late at this time. Of course, I will report the results they give after checking them, so they must be more secure. But in this case, at least tomorrow morning will be delayed all morning again. It may not be until the afternoon that I can report the data to you after my review. I wonder if it will be late. Zhao Manfu replied, I'm urging you every day, not that I have to get it at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. I'm just afraid that you don't have a good grasp of the rhythm of time, and you won't be able to get a result after procrastinating for a long time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then you go back and rest first. After I check it tomorrow, I will come back to you to report the results. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office and returned to the Ministry of Commerce's office and said, don't be too anxious. I have discussed it with Mr. Zhao. He said there is no need to be so anxious. Let me check the output value calculation documents you made tomorrow morning, go report to him again. Yu Donjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked the two of them depressedly, guess, when I asked Mr. Zhao to wait for us to come up with the estimated output value, how did he answer me? Yu Donjin replied, is there anything special about this? Zhang Yunqing replied, it was originally a normal work communication, but it is not normal to leave Mr. Zhao alone. He actually asked me, are you Zhou Poppy? Do you think I look like Zhou Poppy? Yu Donjin couldn't hold it back, burst out laughing, and said, don't tell me, this Mr. Zhao has sharp eyes and is quite unique in seeing things. After Li Shixuan heard what Yu Donjin said, she couldn't help laughing anymore. Zhang Yunqing saw that this situation was not good and said, okay, you guys should get off work early and come back tomorrow morning. Then he quickly fled the awkward office with a blushing face, thinking that these two people were too upright and did not help cover up at all. The next morning, Zhang Yunqing came to the office, turned on the computer, logged into QQ, and Yu Donjin's profile picture kept flashing. Zhang Yunqing opened it and saw that it was the expected output value document for next month sent by Yu Donjin at 1:30 in the morning. I thought to myself, these two people have a very positive attitude towards work. Even when the leader informed them to leave work early, they still continued to work overtime to complete their work. Zhang Yunqing carefully reviewed the documents sent by Yu Donjin and found that some materials were priced at 0, some were too low, and some quotas had not yet been transferred to the main materials of seedlings. Every time you find a problem, use screenshot software to take a screenshot and annotate it and send it to Yu Donjin. Yu Donjin responded to every picture, received. After the correction, a corrected screenshot was sent to Zhang Yunqing for review. The two communicated and coordinated on this matter, and shortly before 11 o'clock in the morning, the data finally came out. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with the summary sheet of expected output value printed out by Yu Donjin for next month. He handed the output value summary table file to Zhao Manfu. After taking the document, Zhao Manfu asked, speak briefly. Zhang Yunqing said, through our cooperation with production, after calculating the expected output value next month, it is roughly 15 million. Zhao Manfu replied, this number is too small. Can you add more? Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, it's easy for me to add data. The key is that the production side tells us what to arrange, so that I know what engineering quantities to add. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. I will ask Zhou Wenqing to inform Su Kuan, and you yourself will inform Yu Dongjin to come to my office for a meeting now, and we will discuss a solution. Zhao Manfu called Zhou Wenqing and said, bring production manager Su Kuan with you and have a short meeting in my office right away. Zhang Yunqing called Yu Dongjin and arranged, Mr. Zhao wants you to come to his office for a meeting immediately. A few minutes later, Zhou Wenqing, Su Kuan, and Yu Dongjin all arrived at Zhao Manfu's office. They all found a suitable seat and sat down in a tacit understanding. Zhao Manfu handed the output value summary table document brought by Zhang Yunqing to Zhou Wenqing and said, everyone, I have summoned you to my place for a short meeting urgently because the business is now based on the production area that is expected to be completed next month, and the estimated completion is calculated the output value is only 15 million. This amount is collected according to the contract. How much can be collected? Yunqing, please tell me. 49 e-books. Zhang Yunqing replied, according to 80% collection, we can collect 12 million. Zhao Manfu replied, this won't work, Mr. Song arranged it for me. I was asked to try to recover at least 15 million from this project, and I was told that the more the merrier. Zhou Wenqing replied, how much will the output value be increased by collecting an extra 3 million yuan? Zhang Yunqing replied, we need to increase the output value by 3.75 million. Su Kuan replied, in terms of the current planned output value of 15 million yuan, there are still some things that we simply do not have the conditions to complete. If the output value is increased by another 3.75 million, it can be said that it is basically impossible to complete. Zhao Manfu replied, we can't just increase the output value by 3.75 million, we need to have a slightly richer amount to truly complete the task. In the afternoon, Mr. Zhou and Su Kuan, your production staff, took the general floor plan to the site for a run and research. Plan to increase the output value by at least 5 million. If there are any difficulties that affect the implementation of output value, you should discuss it among yourself first and find the best solution. If it cannot be solved, you can come to me for help. Zhou Wenqing agreed, okay, in the afternoon, Yu Dongjin, Li Shixuan, myself, and Su Kuan will go to the site to check. This will shorten the communication time and improve everyone's work efficiency. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, Mr. Zhou, when you are ready to go to the construction site, just ask me to go with you. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, that's it. The meeting is dismissed. Zhang Yunqing and Yu Dongjin returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce together. Yu Dongjin said to Li Shixuan, Shaoli, come with me to the construction site in the afternoon. Mr. Zhao will arrange a meeting to make arrangements for at least an increase of 5 million in expected output value. Li Shixuan replied, okay, did you say the time? Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhou didn't say the time, but they arranged the time to go to the construction site in the afternoon, usually around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We can prepare according to this time. Li Shixuan replied, okay. I see. Zhang Yunqing remembered how much the cost of Yu Xingjia's seedlings exceeded and the data had not yet been brought over, so he took out his mobile phone and called Yu Xingjia and asked, Yu Gong, how much did the cost of your seedlings exceed? I asked you to make a list yesterday, have you figured it out? Yu Xingjia replied on the phone, Mr. Zhang, we haven't had time to calculate that data yet. In the morning, our 3 units have been discussing the final price quotation for seedlings. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, thank you for your hard work. After finishing this matter, immediately calculate the excess data to facilitate decision-making. Yu Xingjia replied, I will try my best. Zhang Yunqing felt a little angry and said, instead of trying our best, we must calculate the data in the afternoon. If it is postponed any longer, it will be difficult to process, and real losses may occur. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, I will calculate it in the afternoon. That's it, Mr. Zhuang is calling me again to talk about the data. Zhang Yunqing might not let Yu Xingjie answer Zhuang Zhiren's call, so he said, okay, just hurry up. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took the initiative to end the phone call with Yu Xingjie. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Kuan came to the office of the Ministry of Commerce and asked Li Xishuan and Yu Dongjin to go and see the scene. After several people came out, they followed Zhou Wenqing and watched and discussed at the construction site. Su Kuan, this site is so large, has it been included in the plan for completion? Mr. Zhou, it's not included. Why not include it? Look, this planting soil is barely backfilled. Then you're done looking for Hijikata. Mr. Zhou, I've been looking for it for more than a week, but the earthworkers just can't dig up the soil. What can I do? Su Kuan, this is a work-rushing project. If there are any problems, especially those that have not been solved after your own efforts, you must report them to me in time. I usually ask you if you have any problems, and you all tell me no. Now that I see it on the spot, he has a problem. You can't do this. Which earth-moving team worked on this area? I think it belongs to Su Laoqi, but I can't remember the name of his company. No need to remember the company name. I'll call him now. Boss Su, why can't you do the earth work for your Nanshan project? Do you want to wait until I find the earth for you? Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I told Manager Su that the soil will be removed tonight. Boss Su, this matter of yours has seriously affected my production value plan. I was scolded bloody by Mr. Zhao this morning. If you don't do the soil tonight and it seriously affects my project schedule, firstly, you won't have to do the soil in the future. Second, there is no need to settle the final payment. If you don't believe it, you can go back and look at your contract to see if it is a breach of contract if you disobey Party A's arrangements. Mr. Zhou, my beloved Mr. Zhou, please don't do this. I will definitely go to the ground tonight. If I can't go to the ground, I won't be called Su Laoqi from now on. I will take your surname and change my name to Zhou Laoqi. Crawling, who asked you to follow my surname? I just want you to go to the soil. That's all. Wow, Mr. Zhou, you are so awesome, you can get it done as soon as you step out. Su Kuan, it's not that I'm great, you should stop going out to eat, drink, and play with these suppliers. If we go there in time, we will have to pay the bill. The project department has on-site funds. When did you bring the reimbursement form? Did I not sign it? Mr. Zhou, here's the lesson. I went out with them a few times, always at night when they were on the soil. It was too late at night, and it was hard to refuse the invitations from others over and over again. It's okay for you to go, but you can't afford to leave this job, and you can't lose face. Naturally, the earthworkers, don't take you seriously. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will pay attention to it in the future. After the soil here is backfilled, you can tell the businessman immediately which areas will be completed and what project content will be completed. Okay. Mr. Zhou. Li Gong, Yu Gong. You see, the planting soil backfill from the boundary line of my strokes needs to be completed, the water and electricity budget needs to be completed, and all trees and ground covers need to be completed. Okay, Manager Su, we've written it down. When we get back, Xiaoli and I will divide the work and calculate the estimated output value today. The group of 4 people continued to walk around the construction site and continued to look for places that could be implemented. It took almost 3 hours to finish talking. After Yu Dongjin and Li Xishuan understood the situation clearly, they quickly returned to the project department to divide the work, extract the project quantities and assemble the price. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Yu Dongjin came to Zhang Yunqing with new results and said, Mr. Zhang, the estimated completed output value found now is 30 million, which is twice as much as originally expected. Zhang Yunqing arranged, okay, send the software version data for review immediately. After Zhang Yunqing completed the review of the software data and found no obvious errors, he said to Dongjin, just print out the output value summary sheet and give it to me. You should get off work early. You have been working overtime during this period. Otherwise, in the future, my reputation for being a skin teller this week will be far removed. Yu Dongjin asked worriedly, no need to wait for you, what if Mr. Zhao proposes revisions? Zhang Yunqing said, it doesn't matter. Even if there are changes, I will tell Mr. Zhao that we will make adjustments tomorrow morning. This time, Yu Dongjin and Li Shixuan turned off their computers, packed up their desks, and left work as arranged. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, it's so late, are you planning to treat me to a midnight snack? Zhang Yunqing replied, anyone can invite me. Anyway, it will be spent on the project department's on-site funds. If you are willing to go, you can go at any time. Zhao Manfu replied, forget it today. What did you come to see me for? Has there been any progress? Yes. This afternoon, 4 of them, Zhou Wenqing, Su Kuan, Yu Dongjin, and Li Shixuan, went to the site and walked around for a few hours, and then added some areas that can be expected to be completed. When can the estimated increased output value be calculated? It's been calculated. The total estimated output value next month is 30 million. In that case, how much money can I get back? If we calculate correctly, we can get back 24 million, which is far more than your request. That's good. I always feel that they didn't get something right. Do you know that? I don't know, I didn't go to the scene with you in the afternoon. This shows a problem. Su Kuan is still too young. Compared with Zhou Wenqing's working ability, there is still a big difference. That should be the case. Each manager may be in a different position, have different ways and methods of solving problems, and the results may vary greatly. Well, just do it. Then I will report this matter to Mr. Tao of Jingchuan Group tomorrow morning. Okay. You said there is something wrong with Yu Xingjia's seedling costs. Have you given the data on the difference in question? I asked him about this in the morning, and he replied that he was not finished this morning. I asked him to give it to me in the afternoon, but he hesitated and did not speak clearly. In fact, it hasn't been given to me yet. I see, he just doesn't want to give it to you. You can ask him again tomorrow. Don't be afraid of offending him. Okay. I won't be afraid of offending him. I have a lot to do tomorrow morning, so I can just find some free time and ask him for it. Can you also ask Yu Xingjie to bring out your seedling price list? When you talk to Mr. Tao about the production value tomorrow, we will talk about it together. In this case, wouldn't you save one trip? Okay. I'll call Yu Xingjie now. Zhang Yunqing took out his cell phone, found Yu Xingjie's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, Gong Yu, have you compiled the price lists for seedlings from the 3 companies today? Yu Xingjie replied on the phone, it's finished and the printing format is being adjusted. Zhang Yunqing replied, print 3 copies and send them to Mr. Zhao's office. Yu Xingjie replied, wait a few minutes and I can send it to you. A few minutes later, Yu Xingjie brought the 3 printed documents of the seedling valuation declaration form to Zhao Manfu's office and handed the documents to Zhao Manfu, who then handed 1 copy of the document to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing took the document and looked at it line by line, communicating with Yu Xingjie while reading. Yu Gong, what is the gross profit margin of the quote based on our first draft? The gross profit margin of that first draft was too high, reaching more than 80%. Now after adjustment, it is more than 60%. Which varieties are mainly lowered? Mainly there are several varieties of plumeria, which cost several thousand yuan per plant, and their prices are tens of thousands. We have a larger number of these varieties here, so the impact is relatively large. Today, our 3 units worked for another day to achieve the current result. Yes, because adjusting the order of a product may affect the quoted prices of 3 companies, some of which will be serious and some of which will be small, but they all require repeated calculations and discussions. If you want to quote a higher price, but don't dare to be too aggressive, you must control the price so that it looks reasonable, and the deviation from the market price cannot be too large. Otherwise, once the inquiry comes out later, the review and reduction rate will be very high, and it will be difficult to reach a unanimous review opinion. Yu Gong, your idea of quoting a reasonable and high price is right. Otherwise, the people involved in the price review will think that our standards are not good enough and the quotations are being quoted randomly. Thank you for your hard work. Did they say when the seedling quotations for the 2 tender sections would be ready for printing and reporting? Mr. Zhang, their situation is similar to ours. Let's show it to the leaders. If they don't have any opinions, that's fine. Okay, I know. I've finished reading it. I have no opinion. It depends on whether Mr. Zhao agrees. Yunqing and Xingjie, I've read it, and I think there's nothing wrong with their reports. That's it for Niji. Yunqing, if you still have some materials, please hurry up. Xingjie, you and Wang Ming of materials are in the same office, so we probably have a better relationship and it's easier to talk to each other. When you go back, find an opportunity to urge him to prepare the price declaration form for this material as soon as possible. It is impossible for us to submit only your seedling valuation declaration form without submitting the materials. What do you think? Mr. Zhao, I will urge him. Of course, it would be better if you ask Yu Gong to help urge him. We each urge each other to get the result documents. Okay, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhang, I'll hurry him up when I get back to the office. After a while of discussion, the 3 of them confirmed the seedling price declaration form. Yu Xingjie left Xiao Manfu's office and returned to the materials office, where Wang Ming, the material purchaser, was turning off his computer and getting ready to get off work. Yu Xingjie asked Wang Mingdao, when will your material valuation declaration form be ready? Wang Ming replied, I don't know yet. Someone invited me to dinner. Do you want to go with him? Yu Xingjie replied, Mr. Zhao arranged for me to ask you just now. You haven't finished your affairs yet, and you have to go to dinner with your suppliers. Do you think those people in the business department are fools? Wang Ming replied, does it have anything to do with me whether they are stupid or not? Yu Xingjie sneered and said, I heard that Zhang Yunqing specially arranged for people to keep an eye on you. As long as your material valuation declaration form has not come out, if you dare not work overtime and run around, you will definitely not get any good results. Wang Ming replied, they are newcomers and have not yet established their feet. Am I still afraid of them? Yu Xingjie asked, you are not afraid of Yu Dongjin and Li Xishuan, I can understand. But Zhang Yunqing is in charge of you and me. How can you have the confidence not to be afraid of him? Wang Ming replied, confidence. Why do I have no confidence? I have learned that they are like duckweeds that no one wants. In the company, they have no connections and no foundation. They can get along with me, a person with a background. Compare. Yu Xingjie said with disdain, just pull me down. Is your relationship stronger than mine? Are you so awesome? That's not necessarily the case. Who is your relationship? Well, since we are comparing relationships, let's have a good comparison. My relationship is with Boss Bai. In this Western Construction Company, Limited, is there any better relationship than Boss Bai? What are you talking about? Are you stupid? I can just listen to what you say, why should I really believe you? Why do I feel that you have been bragging recently without drafting at all? What kind of draft are you writing? Do you know who I am? You're just talking nonsense. I don't know, please tell me. Okay, boy, are you still convinced? Then I might as well tell you. My wife's mother and Boss Bai's mother are sisters. Could your relationship be better than this? Wang Ming opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief, oh my God, you are so powerful. Then you must have shares in Western Construction Company, Limited? Don't tell me that you don't have shares in such a special status. Yu Xingjie replied, not only do I have shares, but my wife also has shares. And we have a lot of shares. These shares were given to us by Boss Bai. We are equivalent to picking up money. The price paid for each share is 1 yuan per share. Wang Ming replied, wow, according to what you said, the shares you hold now must have a market value of at least tens of millions. Yu Xingjie replied, I haven't calculated this market value issue carefully. But anyway, the money is definitely a lot. You said your relationship can be better than mine. After hearing what Yu Xingjie said, Wang Ming raised his hands in surrender and said, Brother Yu, please take more care of me in the future. Yu Xingjie replied, if you do this, if the company arranges for you to do what you should do, but if you still don't do it, who can look after you? Do you really think of me as a fool, or are you a fool yourself? Wang Ming replied, okay. Mr. Yu, from now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Don't you just want me to work overtime? Can I just work overtime? If you think what I said is bullshit, just let me go. I beg you. Yu Xingjie replied, working overtime is fine. As long as you work overtime, I will treat it as if what you said and what you did didn't happen. Yu Xingjie continued, don't even think about it. The company specifically asks headhunters to pay high salaries to bring in senior managers like Zhao Manfu because we can't manage some things internally. Our company needs them like Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing. Such people have management ability and technical strength. You still fight with them all day long for a small profit. You don't even think about it, why do you have to fight to bring down the company? Are you happy? What good can it do to you? Wang Ming replied, well, they always make me feel uncomfortable, otherwise I wouldn't do this to them. Yu Xingjie said, you should do a good job yourself and not let others find out your faults easily. Will you still feel uncomfortable? Right? Wang Ming replied, yes, you are right. Mr. Yu, you are right. I will listen to you in the future, okay? Yu Xingjie replied, remember what you said, don't say one thing and do another, and engage in double dealing. If that's the case, I won't dare to protect you. Wang Ming replied, remember, that's it. I'd better work overtime to prepare the price declaration form for the materials. Zhang Yunqing arrived at the office of Tao Ting, the cost leader of Jingchuan Group, as scheduled the next day. Zhang Yunqing greeted, Mr. Tao, do you have time? I want to report something to you. Tao Ting warmly greeted Zhang Yunqing to sit down and said, I have time. Please tell me anything. Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Tao, last time your company's president Wang Ping'an organized an emergency meeting on landscape work rush, our project department sorted out the areas and project contents that are expected to be completed next month. Tao Ting asked, well, you have to tell our on-site managers about these contents so that they can supervise your on-site implementation. What I care about is what is the total production value. Zhang Yunqing replied, the output value of our first bidding section has been calculated, and it is about 30 million. Tao Ting replied, okay, the estimated output value of your first bid section of Western Construction next month is 30 million. Zhang Yunqing asked, do I still need to give you the detailed list of this 30 million yuan? Tao Ting replied, no, I will just record the total number. The Supervision and Cost Consulting Unit will also review your details when paying you. Zhang Yunqing asked, the purpose of the last meeting was to solve the problem of quickly grabbing jobs and solving the problem of quick payment. I have an idea, can you see if it works? Tao Ting replied, come and listen. Zhang Yunqing replied, after I go back, I will submit the range map and detailed quotation list of the current estimated output value of 30 million to the Supervision Unit and Cost Consulting Unit respectively, and ask them to intervene in advance for review. At the end of the month, their Supervision and Cost Consulting Units no longer need to spend a lot of time reviewing our progress. They only need their reviewers to go to the site. If everything is done, the results will be available directly. If any part has not been completed, the amount of work for the unfinished part will be deducted. If this process is successful, the output value review of each unit cannot take more than 1 day at the end of the month. Tao Ting replied, I think it's feasible. You should go to the cost consulting unit that supervises me to discuss it first. Zhang Yunqing replied, I can go to them. But I guess they will come to ask for your opinion and hope to get your support. As long as you agree, they have no reason to object in this emergency situation. Tao Ting replied, personally, I support this. You first communicate with the supervisor and cost consulting unit to see what their opinions are. Here, I still need to report the situation to my leader. If the leader agrees, then of course there will be no problem. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing handed Tao Ting a copy of the seedling valuation declaration form. Tao Ting took the document and asked, what do you want to do with this document? When Zhang Yunqing heard Tao Ting ask this, he had an extra thought and said slowly, I just want to take a look and ask for your opinion. Is it okay to report it like this? Tao Ting replied simply, your rights and responsibilities for appraising the price do not belong to our company. As you know, our company is a construction agency. As long as your valuation is confirmed through the procedures prescribed by the Audit Bureau, I have no objection. Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Tao, let me confirm again. In other words, we can report according to our own opinions, and then the Audit Bureau will approve the price according to the process. Yeah. Tao Ting replied, that's what I mean. Do you still want me to chop him off before sending him to trial? Zhang Yunqing waved his hands quickly and said, that's not what I meant. I don't know yet, so I came to ask for instructions. I don't have any other questions, so I'll just go back. Tao Ting replied, okay, then walk slowly. After Zhang Yunqing left Tao Ting's office, he went downstairs to find a quiet place. He took out his mobile phone and called Ding Xiaohe from Modu Yichai and asked, Ding Gong, the expected output value data for next month for my bidding section has been compiled. Out. Ding Xiaohe replied, what is the total amount? Zhang Yunqing replied, 30 million. Ding Xiaohe replied, do you have the details? Zhang Yunqing replied, there are details, and we have prepared a corresponding budget book. Ding Xiaohe replied, then print out a copy of the budget book for me and send me the software version of the file. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I will arrange for you Donjin to deliver it to you. There is another question and I need your help. Ding Xiaohe replied, what's the problem? You can also come to my office and talk to me face to face. Zhang Yunqing asked, okay, have you returned to the Nanshan project office? Ding Xiaohe replied on the phone, yes. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I am now in the building of Jingchuan Group. I will be at your office in about 40 minutes. See you later. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Ding Xiaohe to hang up the phone, he found Yu Donjin's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone. After dialing it, he arranged, you will send the 30 million estimated output value budget software version file to Modu Yichai later. Ding Xiaohe, staple the 2 sets of paper documents for printing the budget book, and when I return to the project department, you and I will go find Mr. Ding. By the way, Source Changing Artifact app is really good and worth installing. After all, there are many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. Yu Donjin replied on the phone, okay. Zhang Yunqing returned to the downstairs of the project department, parked the car in the parking space, and came to the business office. After seeing Li Xishuan, he asked, Xiao Li, Ding Gong has returned to the project department, don't you know? Li Xishuan replied, I don't know. Zhang Yunqing arranged again, please find a time to ask her alone, has our bid clearance report been handed over to Mr. Tao Ting of Jingchuan? Is there any other time when you can give us the bid clearance report? By the way. Li Xishuan replied, okay, can I ask her to dinner tonight? Zhang Yunqing replied, of course, As long as you can make an appointment with someone, you still need to have these appropriate interactions. Li Shixuan replied, I know, I will find time to make an appointment with her in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing replied, just take care of it yourself. If you incur expenses, just remember to ask for the invoice and come back for reimbursement. After Zhang Yunqing finished communicating with Li Shixuan, he asked Yu Dongjin, have you done what I asked you to do by calling me first? Yu Dongjin replied, I have sent the electronic version of the document to Mr. Ding, and the 2 budget books have been printed. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, then bring the documents with you. Let's walk together to the office of Ding Gong, the cost consulting unit. We need to communicate. Yu Dongjin picked up the document and said, I'm ready, we can go. Zhang Yunqing and Yu Dongjin walked to the office of Ding Xiaohe, the cost consulting unit, one after another. After arriving at Ding Xiaohe's office, Zhang Yunqing greeted, Mr. Ding, when did you arrive at the project department? Ding Xiaohe replied, I just arrived today, what do you want from me? Zhang Yunqing said, I'm here to report to you today. In the future, we will ask you to coordinate the production value of our projects, and we will arrange for Yu Dongjin to work on it. Yu Dongjin said to Ding Xiaohe, Ding Gong, my name is Yu Dongjin. Please take good care of me in the future. Ding Xiaohe replied, it's easy to talk about. Ding Xiaohe asked Zhang Yunqing again, why don't you care about the output value? Are you going to other project departments? Zhang Yunqing replied, I will definitely go to other project departments one day in the future. Now this adjustment is a normal arrangement at work. I also asked Ding to give me more support at work. Ding Xiaohe replied, work support is mutual. We just need to understand each other more in the future. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I came to see you today for 2 things. One is the budget book that Yu Dongjin brought with an estimated output value of 30 million next month. You need to arrange time for review in advance. At the end of next month, the reviewer will see what has been completed and what is not. If it is not completed, the time for progress payment review will be greatly shortened. Ding Xiaohe replied, your idea is good, but I need to ask Mr. Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group to see if their company agrees. Zhang Yunqing replied, I just went to her office today to ask her. I agree with her opinion, and I still need to ask for the opinion of the leader. Therefore, I suggest you ask Mr. Tao Ting tomorrow, and you may get a clearer answer. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay, I will follow your suggestion and ask Mr. Tao Ting for instructions tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing said, the second thing is that our seedling price declaration form has been prepared. I want to start reporting it. I also reported it to President Tao Ting. She agreed in principle to follow our own opinions report it, and the results of the audit by the Audit Bureau will prevail. In this case, the matching data for our progress payment declaration will temporarily refer to the seedling prices we reported. This matter also needs to be reported to you first. Because our seedlings account for a relatively large proportion of the contract output value, and the actual seedlings to be planted have basically all undergone design changes, there is no unit bid price for reference. Recommended, the reading app 1M using recently, Chanyuan Artifact app, has many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. Ding Xiaohe replied, I estimate that if this is the case, it will be difficult to pass. There should be a certain reduction rate. I will ask Mr. Tao and see if she agrees. Zhang Yunqing replied, Ding Gong, if you want to explain that all aspects require construction units to rush for work as soon as possible, then it is understandable to be a little more flexible in the review of progress payment. Only when our construction unit truly receives the progress payment in a timely manner can a virtuous cycle of rushing for work be formed. Ding Xiaohe replied, I understand this, but after all, I am only a manager of an intermediary unit, and major events must be decided by the people of Jingchuan Group. Zhang Yunqing replied, this is understandable. Another thing is this budget book with an output value of 30 million. Do I need to leave Yu Dongjin to explain it to you now? Ding Xiaohe replied, don't worry, Gong Yu and I have left our contact information. After I confirm it here, I will just contact Yu Gong directly to check. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, in that case, I have finished communicating with you today. Yu Gong and I will go find the director together. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay. Then walk slowly. After Zhang Yunqing and Yu Dongjin left Ding Xiaohe's office, they came to the office of Director Huang Yuandong. Zhang Yunqing greeted Huang Yuandong, hello, Mr. Huang. If you have time, I have something to report to you. Huang Yuandong agreed, Mr. Zhang is here, why don't we have time? Let's sit down and talk about it first. Zhang Yunqing pulled up a chair and sat opposite Huang Yuandong and said, Mr. Huang, our budget book for the expected output value next month has been prepared. The total price is 30 million. We have sent you a copy now, and we hope that you can arrange for someone to take time to review, so that we can quickly review our progress payment at the end of next month. Yu Dongjin handed a budget book to Huang Yuandong. Huang Yuandong flipped through the budget book and asked, okay. Mr. Zhang, who among you will be responsible for checking the expected completion amount of the project with our supervisors in the future? Zhang Yunqing pointed at Yu Dongjin with his palm and said, Mr. Huang, we will arrange for Yu Dongjin to come and supervise the production value declaration with you. Huang Yuandong replied, Yu Gong, go to the door and call me Sun Qingman. She is our cost engineer. I will arrange for her to connect with you in the future. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Yu Dongjin went to the supervisor's office next door and asked a random person, excuse me, who is Sun Qingman? Director Huang asked her to come over. The man shouted from the office, Sun Qingman, this beautiful woman has come to send a message, saying that Director Huang wants you to go to his office immediately. Only one woman stood up and said, okay, I'll be there right away. Yu Dongjin followed Sun Qingman and returned to Huang Yuandong's office. Huang Yuandong arranged for Sun Qingman, this is the cost of Western construction, Yu Gong, you leave her contact information, and you will review their cost in the future. Now she has brought a budget book with an estimated output value of 30 million next month. Take it and find time to review it. Sun Qingman replied, okay, Mr. Huang. Yu Gong, come with me to my office now and let's have a brief communication. Huang Yuandong waited for Sun Qingman and Yu Dongjin to leave the office and asked Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, do you think I am upright in my work? I arranged an audit for you as soon as you asked. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Mr. Huang is really upright. Thank you for your help. I will tell the project manager Zhou Wenqing that Mr. Huang is very supportive of my business work. Huang Yuandong replied, those are all trivial matters. I want to know what Party A's attitude is towards your request. Zhang Yunqing explained, I asked Mr. Tao, and she agreed to review it first. Her company's opinion needs to be confirmed by the leader before it becomes clear. I also asked her to arrange for supervision and cost review at the same time to save time. Mr. Tao's clear opinion is that I should come to you for supervision and costing and report the matter clearly before talking about it. I guess they still need to see your opinions. Huang Yuandong replied, what is the opinion of the cost consulting unit? Zhang Yunqing replied, Worker Ding from the cost consulting unit agreed to the review. Her opinion was to find a suitable time to ask President Tao Ting of Party A. I suggested that she ask tomorrow. Therefore, I understand this matter and I can give an opinion as soon as tomorrow. Huang Yuandong replied, okay, I understand. This shows that the three of us working on the front line are in favor of reviewing the estimated output data first. Zhang Yunqing replied, this is the situation. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yunqing carefully worded his words, our seedling price declaration form has been formed. This is a printed document. Mr. Huang, please take a look at it first. Huang Yuandong replied, okay, you can leave the documents with me. I will arrange for someone to investigate first, and then I will tell you how to report it. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Huang, I went to Party A's President Tao Ting for advice on this matter. Huang Yuandong replied, "What did Mr. Tao say?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Mr. Tao agreed to report according to our opinions because she understood that the real result would be the audit result of the audit bureau anyway. So, what I am thinking is, can we just report it according to our declaration data, and your supervisor can help us sign and go through the process? Otherwise, you should give me a review first. One is to waste time, and the other is that if you give us a very low review, it is impossible for someone to review it later, and they will not be able to give me a high review." Huang Yuandong replied, "Mr. Zhang, this information came from us. It's not just a matter of signing the information. It requires careful investigation and confirmation before you dare to sign. I won't talk about this matter anymore. There is something else at the scene that I need to go to right away. Go ahead and get busy." Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to stand up and say, "Okay, Mr. Huang, I will go back and communicate internally, and we will talk later. Bye." After Zhang Yunqing left the director's office, he happened to meet Yu Dongjin coming out of Sun Qingman's office. When the two of them were far away from the supervisor's office, Zhang Yunqing asked, "Did your communication with Sun Qingman go smoothly?" Yu Dongjin replied, "She has only asked some questions about the scope now, and other matters involving the project volume and comprehensive unit price have not been discussed yet. Therefore, it is currently unclear whether Sun Qingman is easy to deal with." Zhang Yunqing replied, "The relationship with Director Huang was a bit difficult. He made comments on our seedling price declaration form that required review before signing. Although I told Mr. Tao, who was responsible for the construction agency, that we agreed to report the matter according to our own opinions, he ignored this and still insisted on his own opinion. It seems like we need to be extra careful when dealing with supervisors, and tell me and Mr. Zhou Wencheng as soon as we find something wrong. Then it's up to us to figure out a solution." Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay, I will pay attention to it in the future." After Zhang Yunqing returned to the project department, he went directly to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, "How is it? Did the things you went out to do today go well?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It wasn't very smooth." Zhao Manfu asked, "Then where does the problem lie?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's at the supervisor's place. I went to find Director Huang." Zhao Manfu asked, "What's the problem with Director Huang?" Zhang Yunqing answered, "For our seedling valuation declaration form, I first went to the construction agent, Mr. Tao Ting, and she agreed to submit it according to our opinions. I went to the supervisor, Director Huang, hoping that I could sign and submit the report. Director Huang's answer to me was that he would review all information submitted to him and would not be able to sign directly. I have already explained to him that the units built on behalf of others are equivalent to the owners, and they have said that they can report it first, and then it will be subject to the Audit Bureau's review. However, Director Huang found a reason to kick me out." Zhao Manfu replied, "I know. What about the expected production value next month?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "This matter should be simpler. Just record the total number from Mr. Tao." I asked her if she wanted to read the details. She answered that the details would be subject to supervision and cost review, and she could not take care of so many details for the time being. Zhao Manfu replied, "Tao finally agreed. Then have the supervision and cost consulting units agreed to review these detailed output value data for you?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The supervisor has arranged for the supervisor's cost personnel Sun Qingman to contact Yu Dongjin of our project to start the review. Ding Gong from the cost consulting unit promised that if Mr. Tao agreed to the review, he would just review it first." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay. I understand. We have to call Zhou Wencheng over to discuss the director's matter." After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone, looked up Zhou Wencheng's phone number in the address book, dialed it and asked, "Mr. Zhou, is it in the office of the project department?" Zhou Wencheng replied on the phone, "I just got back to the office." "Do you need me in your office?" "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Manfu replied, "If you need it, come right away. Let's discuss something." Zhou Wenqing walked into Zhao Manfu's office, came to the desk, took out several tissues on the table, and wiped the sweat from his face. Zhao Manfu smiled and asked, "What happened to make you sweaty?" Zhou Wenqing explained, "This morning, there were frequent problems in various construction areas that required me to coordinate and solve. I was so exhausted running around the construction site trying to grab time. I was sweating all the time." Zhao Manfu replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's sit down and cool down first, and then we'll feel better." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay." He grabbed another paper cup and drank a glass of cold water from the water dispenser. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhou Wenqing said, "Oh, I finally relaxed. Mr. Zhao, what are you planning to do when you come to me?" Zhao Manfu said, "Have you ever offended Director Huang during this time?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "I have never offended him. What's wrong? Why don't I ask other people?" Zhao Manfu thought for a moment and then replied, "If you can ask right away, just ask." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay." Then, he took out his mobile phone and found the phone number of production manager Su Kun in the phone address book. After dialing it, he asked, "Manager Su, has any of you offended Director Huang during this time?" Production manager Su Kun thought for a while and replied, "I didn't offend him directly, but one night very late, he called me and asked me to go out to sing. I guess it was a lie to ask me to go out and play, but it was true to ask me to pay the bill. But I didn't mean not to go. It was just that I was too tired after working overtime every night during this period. After hanging up the phone, I fell asleep and didn't go." Zhou Wenqing asked again, "During this period, have other people had any conflicts with the supervisors or the director?" Production manager Su Kun thought for a while and then replied, "If there are any such problems, our people will take the initiative to tell me. I have never heard of any conflicts during this period." After Zhou Wenqing asked Su Kunshin and hung up the phone, he reported to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, Su Kun said that one night, Mr. Huang called him and asked him to go out and play. After he hung up the phone, he was too tired, just didn't go. I don't think it's a big problem. If I need anything, I can just go to him and talk to him." Zhao Manfu said, "Zhang Yunqing just went to Director Huang to discuss our seedling price declaration form and asked him if he could directly sign and go through the process and submit it for review. At the same time, he also informed Mr. Tao of the construction agency that he agreed to do this. Because after all, the Audit Bureau will still have to follow the procedures stipulated in the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations to inquire and confirm prices. But Director Huang insisted that their supervisor investigate and review the matter before agreeing to sign and report it. In this case, I am thinking that one is that time does not allow for such a long delay, and the other is that after he messed up the price for us, the Audit Bureau still has to review it. If this problem is not solved, it will bring great trouble to our valuation work." After listening to Zhao Manfu's opinion, Zhou Wenqing said, "I understand. I will invite him to have dinner alone tonight and have a chat. I will prepare a 10,000 yuan red envelope for him. See if this can be solved." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, you go and try it." Zhou Wenqing immediately took out his mobile phone, turned to Huang Yuandong's phone number in the address book, dialed him and asked, "Mr. Huang, we haven't sat together for a long time. I'd like to invite you to have dinner with me tonight. Do you have time?" Huang Yuandong replied, "If Mr. Zhou is treating guests, you have to make time even if you don't have time, right?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for giving me the opportunity. I will send you the private room number via text message later." Zhou Wenqing waited for Huang Yuandong to hang up the phone and said to Zhao Manfu, "I'll go meet him tonight. I'll report the situation to you tomorrow." Zhao Manfu replied, "You have to have a good drink with him. Only if you are happy after drinking, will he be able to help you with things." Zhou Wenqing replied, "This can only be done as best as possible. It is said that 2 kilograms of liquor cannot be poured." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Don't listen to his bragging. How will you know how much alcohol he has until you try it? Zhou Wenqing did not answer the question, said hello to Zhao Manfu and left. Zhang Yunqing said to Zhao Manfu, I'm going back to the office too. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the office, he took out his mobile phone and found Yu Xingjie's phone number for seedling purchase in the phone address book. After dialing the number, he asked, Yu Gong, a few days ago we checked the seedling price declaration with the second and third bidders. When checking the table, we found some parts where our costs are relatively high. Have you calculated these high-cost data? Insert an app that perfectly reproduces the old version of the book-chasing artifact and can change the source-changing artifact. Yu Xingjie replied on the phone, it has been sorted out. Can I print a copy for you? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, you can also send me the spreadsheet file of the printed draft. Yu Xingjie replied, okay. After waiting for a while, Yu Xingjie came to Zhang Yunqing's office with the printed documents. Zhang Yunqing took it and looked at it and asked, on these few varieties, we spent an extra 2 million yuan in cost. Yu Xingjie replied sheepishly, yes. You only think it's expensive. If the cheap ones we bought are included in the quality and stacking, we actually only spent 500,000 more. Zhang Yunqing asked, have you made the detailed list after the products are stacked? Yu Xingjie replied, I did it. It's at the back, you can see it by turning back. Zhang Yunqing turned to the back and looked at it and replied, if you should buy it cheaply, buy it cheaply. I have communicated this matter with Mr. Zhuang, and they also admitted that some of their seedlings were overpriced. What are you going to do with these expensive seedlings? Yu Xingjie replied, this contract has been signed. I can't handle it either. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then replied, no, the varieties that are more expensive now have been added recently. It is impossible that the original contract has already signed all the quantities. You should immediately check how much quantity was signed in the original contract and how much quantity is left without signing a contract. For the part where we have not signed a contract, we can completely change the supplier to provide seedlings, which can save our costs and increase the gross profit margin of the project department. Yu Xingjie replied, I have been keeping statistics on this matter these days. If you check the signed contracts, half of this 2 million expensive variety has signed a contract, and the other half has not signed a contract. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, if we buy seedlings later, we should purchase the more expensive varieties according to the cost price of the second and third bids. If we can't find the supplier, we can ask the second and third bidders. Need suppliers. Yu Xingjie replied, this sapling matter is managed by the sapling system, and you may not be in charge. Zhang Yunqing replied, I don't know about this, but who is the person in charge of the seedling system? Yu Xingjie replied, it's by Jiangwen. Zhang Yunqing asked doubtfully, there are relatively few people named Bai. Does it have anything to do with the chairman of our Western construction? Yu Xingjie laughed and said, Bai Jiangwen is Boss Bai's third brother, that's the relationship. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work. After Zhang Yunqing and Xingjie left, they came to Zhao Manfu's office with the printed document sent by Yu Xingjie. Zhang Yunqing handed the document to Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu looked at it for a while and asked, is it so serious? Just these few varieties cost $2 million. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. It is just that serious. I want Yu Xingjie to reduce this cost. But Yu Xingjie did not clearly express his agreement and said that I might not be able to take charge. Zhao Manfu asked, did Yu Xingjie say who could be the master? Zhang Yunqing replied, I asked who was the person in charge of the seedling system, and Yu Xingjie told me that it was Bai Jiangwen. This person is a bit special. He is Boss Bai's third brother. I don't know how to handle this matter, so I came to see you and want to hear your opinion. Zhao Manfu asked again, what do you think we should do? Zhang Yunqing replied, I think the costs that should be reduced should be reduced. Since they are all members of Boss Bai's family, there is no need to destroy this money-making system. Even if he wants to make these profits lower, he can just arrange to write a separate contract and transfer the money. Why I have to choose the expensive method now, I don't understand. Moreover, what I'm worried about is that actually neither the boss nor the boss's third brother meant this. They were just purchasing seedlings for the project under the banner of these executives, harming the public and enriching private interests on the project.